What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Welcome back to the channel. My name is Thinker St. James, and we are going to be rewatching UFC Fight Night, Covington versus Buckley. I will be rewatching it because I was live in person at the event. Still pretty tired from it, but I am here. Red Bull is starting to course through the system, so I should be perked up in a couple of minutes. But I wanted to come on and rewatch the event from the broadcast perspective and give a little bit of my insights, having been at the event in person. Also, see if you can see me on the broadcast at all. I know a couple of guys from the Hive. What up, Beeb? How you doing, brother? A couple of guys from the MMA Hive were pointing me out in the crowd, and I was very close to the walkout, so I'm sure that I was on camera a little bit there. Hopefully, I'm hoping that somebody got a picture of when Cub Swanson was walking out, because I was right there at the top of the entryway for that, and Cub is one of my all-time favorite fighters, and of course seeing him get a spectacular knockout and then probably retiring, that was pretty legendary and worth the price of admission in general. So for this watch along, by the way, I'm going to be taking my notes for last week's fights. So this isn't going to be like the normal watch alongs where I go through and just let it run uninterrupted. I might be pausing and rewinding and stuff, jumping around a little bit, but I will keep this right here updated to what fight I am on at any given time, and we'll just kind of play it out from there. You won some money last night. You had 20 on Buckley. Congratulations, dude. Yeah, I think I had one parlay that I think did hit. I think I did like the safe parlay. I did a safe parlay and a risky parlay, and I believe that the safe parlay did hit. The risky one did not, which is unfortunate because the risky one had Cub Swanson on it, but I think that some favorite that I had from one of the other fights did not. I was completely, like, my predictions were awful when it came to this event. Yeah, Josephine Knudsen fucked up that one, which really sucks because that parlay would have been very, very nice. It was Manel Kopp, Cub Swanson, and Josephine Knudsen, and I was really confident in Josephine Knudsen. I thought that she had looked pretty good in her previous fights, although the one criticism was that she had some weak ground game. So when Piera Rodriguez was getting her on the ground, it was like, oh yeah, this is what I should have been concerned about. So kind of a kick yourself moment for that one, but I thought that Piera Rodriguez fought like such a moron when she got disqualified for those headbutts last fight that surely she was not going to win that fight. Oh well. But Navajo Sterling, Joel Alvarez, and Joaquin Buckley came through as a really nice safe parlay for me, and kind of made up for the bet overall. So we made out okay. Not amazing money, but money nonetheless. So congratulations on getting some cash off the Buckley win, though, man. So we'll talk about all that. I mean, I guess I should start off I'm not going to go into like every single detail on here. I'm thinking that maybe tonight, if I have time, or yeah, probably tonight because we got the podcast tomorrow. But tonight, if I have time and if I'm up to it, I might do like a vlog style review of everything, or maybe I'll even chop this up and use it for that. But I took little video clips and whatnot. So I figured I could throw all the video clips into like a thing where I narrate it out, throw the clips in, and call it a day on the video stuff. I mean, I'm going to have been covering this event like more so than any other event that that I've ever done on the channel, because obviously going there live, I did all the stuff from the venue, the stuff after the show immediately, stuff I was tweeting out pictures wise and whatnot, and then today and tomorrow for the podcast. So if I do a video on top of that, it's going to be a ton of coverage for the last event of the year, but that is the name of the game. So anyway, I guess I should say a little bit about what happened as far as how the event went down. So it was fun overall, definitely that. I mean, like, the knockouts that we did get were fantastic. The way I would describe it was that it was a bit of a roller coaster, because it was a little bit stressful to get out to Tampa in the first place for us. Traffic was annoying, as it always is on the highway leading from where we live to Tampa. So we just knew that there was going to be backups and stuff like that. That's why we left pretty early. I think that time-wise, we did everything right, getting out to Tampa. So, well, traffic leaving was only bad. Well, no, actually, no. I take it back. You're right. Thank you for bringing that up and me catching myself, I guess. Thank you, me. Traffic leaving was actually atrocious, and I'll tell you why. So it wasn't as bad that there was traffic getting out of the parking lot. The parking situation in Tampa is actually pretty good, because it's downtown. It's in the heart. Like, it reminds me a lot of Miami when I grew up in South Florida, and Miami Arena, back where the Panthers used to play, was right in the heart of, like, downtown, kind of the gross area, which is pretty standard, I think, for arenas in general, often in kind of the the seedier industrial slash like thick of it kind of areas. So Tampa's that way, but there's a lot of parking around. So, like, I mean, you can park like pretty much right on top of the venue if you want to, but you can go back like 3 streets, 3 blocks, I guess, or whatever, more farther back. There's a decent amount of parking within walking distance to the venue. So parking was not a problem. Getting out of the parking lot was a little annoying, because it was just a bunch of people trying to leave or whatever. I didn't think it was as bad as it could have been. I think everybody was pretty orderly in that regard. Tampa's generally a pretty chill place for the most part. It's, rarely you'll get like dumbasses being dumbasses, but I have a lot of love for Tampa. It's actually one of my favorite cities in the world, if not my favorite, because it's a cool place to be. People are generally pretty chill. Ladies are very friendly out in Tampa, which I appreciate. And it's a dope place to be. So I didn't think that the leaving the parking lot part was bad. What was bad was that when we had to, make our way to the highway. That's a little annoying in any downtown area, because, streets are tight, one ways and all that kind of stuff. A lot of people trying to get to the same place. So getting from the parking lot to the highway, that was a little annoying. Once we got on the highway, we thought we were home free. But then farther down, why the fuck they decided to do road work? They were repainting the lines on the highway. Why in God's name would you have done that on a night with a major sporting event like this, when there's not any other really major sporting events going on at the time? I don't think. I mean, like, it's not, maybe that is why. Maybe they were doing it off of the other sports schedules, but regardless, I mean, you have the UFC in town, a lot of people coming in from other parts of the state. Florida is very much a travel state. Like, people think that it's crazy that, like, I don't think that it's weird to travel an hour on a regular basis to go anywhere. Like, I've got friends that I have to go, like, plan 2 hours ahead to get to their place. Like, one of my best friends lives, it shouldn't be 2 hours, but just because of the nature of traffic, it ends up being 2 hours. But, like, one of my closest friends, if I want to go over to his place, I have to plan 2 hours ahead. Like, I'm going to be in the car driving to his place for 2 hours. That's just normal in Florida, especially in Central Florida where I live. So, like, I wasn't, like, thinking that it was going to be that big of a problem at night to get back, but they had the fucking road painting going on. My buddy, shout out to my homie Dave, who went to the event with me, for being such a motherfucking trooper. That guy was not doing too great when it came to, like, he wasn't feeling good at certain times. He was having to get up and kind of walk around and get his bearings and whatnot. And he stuck it out for the entire event, kind of going through it a little bit. But I think overall he had a good time too. And that dude drove all the way out. I mean, he had to drive almost an hour to come to pick me up, and then drove all the way out to Tampa as well. So, I mean, like, he was driving a ton to make this happen. I got so much love for my dude Dave, who was my accomplice on this caper. So big shout out to him. But I felt terrible for him when we were driving back, because not only did he have to navigate getting out of the parking lot situation to the highway, but then once we thought we were home free, we hit traffic again, because no one knows how to fucking get into a single lane and then just drive like an actual, sane human being, like a civilized individual. So yeah, traffic and driving was a little bit annoying. That was certainly something that was that made things a little bit edgy. That's why I think is the overall point of everything, is that, like, I felt on edge at a lot of times during this event. So it was that stuff with the traffic. Then, excuse me. Then once we got into the venue, we got to our seats, no problem. We had to figure out food. Food worked out really nicely as well. Another good thing about the Amalie Arena in Tampa, where this event takes place, is that in the area in front of the arena, there's not like a ton of food options, but there is food at, like, there's a little Cigar City restaurant, which is Cigar City Brewing, is a brewery in town. There's a lot of breweries in Tampa. So Cigar City has food and stuff, and they have like a little small restaurant there. So, like, we were worried because we didn't know if we were going to be able to find food outside the venue. We hadn't eaten yet or whatever. So that worked out great. We got some sandwiches, no problem. Going to the venue, also no problem. I mean, we got there very, very early. We had to be there for from the start of the event. So getting in, getting situated, everything was pretty fine as far as that went. Once we were sitting down, it became very clear very quickly that the seats that we had chosen were, for me and for the Yama purposes of everything, they were great, because I was 5 rows back, very end. Next to me was where the fighters were walking out from. So it was interesting for me to see, obviously, the walkouts, of course. It was also very interesting to see the production aspect of everything. I had not been that up close and personal with the production side of a UFC event before that. I mean, I guess technically when I was on the floor in Tampa in 2017 or 18 or whatever it was, I was like closer. But I mean, like, this was like, I was right on top of it. I mean, there's a cameraman literally on the other side of the guardrail from me. I could see him. Like, I could have had a conversation with him if I had tried to engage him, but, like, I wanted to let him do his job. But as a person who worked in live entertainment and production for a very long time, I thought that part was very interesting. Got to see Mego Levy do her thing, setting everything up for that. So all of that was really cool. The problem is that because we were right by the walkout, me and especially Dave wanted to just kind of chill. Like, I went to this event not really trying to work it the way that I do on the stream, right? I mean, like, when I'm doing the stream here, I'm very much in like analysis mode. I'm an analyst of the sport. We really wanted to just vibe. You know what I mean? I wanted to be in the venue, kind of soaking it up as a fan, so that I could do this right here, do the rewatch, and then analyze it today. So, I mean, like, I just really wanted to kind of go take it in as a fan, and then come back as, like, put my reporter hat on, so to speak, or whatever, and do it like that. So where we sat for that part of it was terrible. That was really, really bad, because when you had people walking out, when you had the fighters walking out with their teams and whatnot, you had a massive rush of people going to exactly where we were sitting every single fight. So one fight would end, they would start reading the announcement, and before the announcement was complete, you had this massive wave of people I felt like in you ever seen the movie, I think it's called World War Z, the zombie movie, where like there's like a bunch of zombies all like rushing a wall. I don't remember the movie too well. I only saw it one time, but I remember this one scene in that movie where there was like a bunch of zombies all rushing together. It was like an overhead shot of the zombies, and like you just saw like people being like swallowed up in like this massive wave of zombies, and like you got like the one guy reaching out upwards while like zombies are just like swallowing him up like that. That's how I felt every time that happened, because it would be like the fight would end and then everybody would stand in that area. And I'm like, I don't want to stand again. Like, it almost felt like torture a little bit. Like as I understand torture from a certain perspective of like military style, like where like if you have a person who you're trying to torture, you like make them stand up at random intervals, just like regularly over the course of like a number of hours. Like that's one component of how you torture somebody. It's like if they just want to sit down and you just keep making them stand up. That's how it felt, because not only was it every single fight, but then for some reason, and I mean, I'm not trying to hate on these people because like they weren't like obnoxiously obnoxious. Like they weren't like, you know, starting shit with anybody or whatever. But like the people directly next to Dave, like there was one guy by himself. Whatever. I mean, like, I'm not trying to single any of these people out. Whatever. I'm not trying to be an asshole here. But there's one guy next to Dave who was by himself, and then two guys after that. Between the three of them, and then some people farther down in the row, like they would not stop leaving the aisle, and they were doing it in the middle of fights. Like, I mean, it was just like during hockey games, you're like they won't let you enter or exit the like area to like go to your seats while the action is taking place. But for MMA, like they just fucking let people kind of roam freely throughout the whole thing, like no fucks given. So I mean, like it was just so much activity. It was like I really wanted to just sit down and vibe and like kind of like chill out, but like it was a lot. It was almost overwhelming at times. And also on top of that, you had the crowd, which like, so I'm already in sort of a weird headspace because I'm like, stand up, sit down, stand up, sit down. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, you know, so it's a lot going on. And then you had the crowd reacting negatively to some of the stuff that was going on. We'll get to that when I start the stream up here, like when it happens. So you've got like a negative atmosphere going on in that regard. And then on the other side of the walkout area, there was this dude who I guess was, you know, like a Portuguese guy or Brazilian guy, whatever, who like, the fights are going on. It's like, you know, you hear crowd rumble, but like not anything like specific. But this fucking one guy was yelling so goddamn loud, just consistently whenever there was a Brazilian fighter fighting. It was like, bro, I'm just imagine all of those things put together. Like started to give me a little bit of an anxiety attack. I'm not gonna lie, it was a little overwhelming at times, a bit of a roller coaster in that regard. You'll see on Twitter, I tweeted something like, you know, this might be a cursed event. Like also I was like, I feel like I'm aging at 6x speed at this event. Because it was just like, it was a lot of like going on at once. Like I felt like my head was kind of racing with like at times. So it was a little overwhelming at times, but that's all fine. I mean, like I'm not trying to make it seem like I was having like, you know, like a panic attack or anything, but it was just like, I kind of had to like lean into it and just sort of go with the flow of everything. Overall, it was a great time when the finishes started to happen. Of course, with Cub Swanson, Michael Johnson was amazing. Even Sean Woodson was fantastic with that. The Manel Kopp fight, I got to start the stream up here in a minute to check that one out. But so anyway, the point is that like, overall perception of it was a little bit tough because of how much was going on at any given time, but it was awesome. You can go on to the Instagram at Yama Show. You'll see I got to meet Mark Coleman, which was amazing. Legend right there, of course. Shout out to the Hammer. Got to meet Dean Thomas. That was really cool. Dapped up Bisbing. So it was like, it had its perks as far as like the Yama side of everything, but as far as just like the chill out, watch fights side of everything, like if you're not going to sit on the floor, like this is what I told Dave after the fact. I'm like, if I was ever going to go again and I was going to cover it like for the channel as like specifically, like I'm going to analyze it and, maybe do content from there or whatever, be uploading like clips and stuff or shorts or whatever. Like if I'm going there to do it like that, then I would sit front row, same section, but like front row there so that I don't have any bullshit from all these other people like crowding around and doing all this crap. Like, wouldn't have like a whole bunch of like, traffic going at all times. So either sit front row there or do floor, or what really would be the right way to do it, even though I don't think I'd be eligible just because of how much shit I talk, would be to get press credentials and try to, be in like the press area so I don't have to deal with any of that stuff. But if you're going to go as a fan, I would recommend going if you're not going to do floor, which I think is probably better for live. Like what my ideal sitting location would be is right in the center line of the lower bowl. So like where we were at was section 118. I think it would be more like section 112 or like 110. I don't remember the layout of the arena, but like if you cut the arena in half down the center line, higher up, that's where you want to be. Like go at like if row 1 is front row of that section, you want to be in row 30. I would say something like that. So you have a nice down, top down view. You see over the side of the cage, because that's the other thing. I mean, like, you go onto Instagram and you can see what our view was. We had to like turn our bodies a little bit, kind of crane our necks. That was a little annoying over the course of 6 hours, but I didn't mind that as much. I think Dave was not super happy with it, but I didn't mind that part. But like what you can see from our angle, we had the cage door right in front of us. So it was like, if they weren't like on the side of the cage, there were times where it was slightly obstructed because the padding around the actual open part where the door hinges, where it opens and closes, is like reinforced with extra padding and stuff. And because of that, it like blocks a little bit more. So you want to be a little bit higher up so that you can look down over the side of the cage and, be in the center, like in the middle of the row. So that, I mean, like I would still prefer to be on the aisle personally, so I can get up and sit back down easily if I have to go to the bathroom or whatever. But I mean, like you want to be away from anywhere where the walkouts are, because that part was pretty hard to deal with at times. So anyway, that's my overall perception of the event outside of the fights themselves. You prefer home base for sure? Yeah, I mean, if you're talking baseball terms, then yes, that's another fight. Like that's another good. That is a good part about watching live fights, is that it doesn't really matter. Like pick a cardinal direction, north, south, east, west. When it comes to the cage, if you're slightly off, that's not going to be super bad. But like anywhere where you're just able to see over the top down into the cage is what you really want. For other sports, it might be a little bit different, but generally, yeah, like I said, north, south, east, west, pick one of those, sit a little bit higher up, you get a good view of everything. The closer that you get sometimes is not always better. But it is cool to be like, right by the fighters. I mean, like when Kamaru Usman dipped out, we'll talk about that. I was right. He like basically ran right past everybody. That dude was out of that building in a fucking flash. And, he walked right by. Mo Usman walked right behind him. It was, you got to see a lot of like the actual like inner workings of the sport, so to speak. A lot of the fighters and people that from these events were like right there and stuff. So that was kind of neat. You had season tickets for the Pittsburgh Steelers for a decade. Wouldn't go now even for free? Really? Damn. What changed your perception regarding that? I mean, if you're talking about home base, like watching from home, that's kind of like, at times I was sort of feeling that way too, because at times I caught myself there. So like the way that they had the screen set up, of course you had the Jumbotron, but we really couldn't see like a really good view of the Jumbotron because there was like a cable run, like running right like in front of where we were for the Jumbotron, so it was like obstructed. But if you looked towards the back of the arena, there were a number of screens that were there as well. So I caught myself at times watching the screen, even though so like the fights are over here, I'm looking this way to watch the screen as opposed to watching the fights over there, just because it was a little bit better of a view at times. And for me, I was like, if I'm doing that, then I could be on stream. I could be hanging out with y'all, whatever. Like, I want to be there because I do enjoy the atmosphere. I do like being, a part of the sport that I cover and stuff like that. So it's not like I wouldn't go again. It just has to be under different circumstances. And, be asking how much the tickets were. I mean, that also is a part of that. Is like, I'm talking about like, spending the money for a better seat. It's like, yeah, if you want to do that, tickets were even more expensive. So the tickets themselves, let me see. I'll tip the hat on all of that. OD3C, did I watch Joaquin Buckley? Yes, I did watch Joaquin Buckley. Yeah, got to watch all of that. Got to see how slow Colby looked in real time. I was very surprised by that. That was one of the bigger surprises of this event, was just how bad Colby looked, like from the start of the fight. Everybody was really upset about how the fight played out, and I totally understand that, especially now having seen the pictures after the fact. In the moment, I thought that the cut was a lot worse than it turned out to be because of how much blood there was. It was a deep enough cut to draw a good amount of blood, but it was not so bad that that I thought that it should have been stopped after the fact. Hold on, I'm trying to find out. Go find the ticket price here for you guys. There we go. Hold on. Okay, so nope, that's not it. Where are they? So, God, come on. Where's the one with the fucking price? Jesus Christ. Come on, man. Like, don't be an asshole here. What is... All right, maybe it's on the Ticketmaster one. I don't know. Man, for some reason, I don't have one that actually just... Like, I have all these emails that tell me the fucking, like, where... They tell me the like, that I purchased the tickets, but they don't tell me the actual price on these emails. Like, why the fuck is that the case? Oh, here we go. Okay, my bad. I got it. So, tickets themselves were... Is this? Yeah, so they were like 300, or no, they were like 280, I think, per. Right? So wait, 270? I think like 270. And then there were like $200 in fees. So this was a pretty expensive purchase for 2 tickets or whatever. So yeah. So, so like, would I had spent the extra like $30 to do like the tickets that I was talking about? Yeah, I probably should have, if you're going to spend that much in general. And then I get the email that ticket prices dropped after the fact. I'm like, God damn it, you motherfuckers. Could have gotten more accommodating seats for like just chilling, and then, like, not had to deal with all of that traffic or whatever. But whatever, dude. It's what you do for the sport. They were expensive, but it was a company box. Oh, for your Steelers tickets, got you. Yeah, so you wouldn't be doing it again. Fair enough, my guy. What do you think is harder, uppercut or elbow hit? I mean, uppercut is probably hard. Like, is probably more Jesus Christ, probably more impactful, I would say. As far as, like, where it's connecting to, like, if you uppercut on like the button side of the jaw, like, that'll definitely, put you out that way. I would say that elbow strikes are probably more impactful as far as damage goes, because they will, pointy bone will cut the fleshy part of your head easier. So it really depends on how you define harder. Hey, Badger, what's going on, brother? Ticket prices are brutal. Probably paid like $600 for your seats at UFC London a couple years back. Yeah, that's a couple years ago, too. Got decent seats, but the prices are only going up. Yeah, exactly. I know. Dude, everything's going up. We were talking about that on the way out there, man. I mean, paid $14 for a sandwich before the event, like one sandwich. And then, gas and everything else. I mean, you're spending money like through the fucking nose for this stuff. It is hard. It is hard to deal with for sure. But all right. Anyway, let's get this thing started over here. We've been on for a half hour and haven't even turned the fucking stream on. But like I said, we're gonna be doing some jumping around on this one. I'm not going to just let it run. I'm going to be taking notes and stuff for last week's fights. By the way, anybody who does not know, we've got a podcast on this channel called Last Week's Fights. Myself and the homie Chase Parton will be breaking down every single fight from this event. So you're getting a little bit of a preview of what I'm going to be talking about on the podcast tomorrow with Chase. But that is Monday nights at 9 o'clock. If it doesn't start at 9, it'll start later than 9, and I will keep you posted on the start time at Yama Show on Twitter and Instagram. Would you rather wrestle with Hamzat for 30 seconds or stand up with John Jones? I would rather wrestle with Hamzat for 30 seconds because at least then if I get tapped, it'll be over. And tapping out, at least, you go to sleep. It's, you're not going to take any long lasting prolonged damage. Also, John Jones might poke me in the eye as well, which would be pretty bad. So yeah, I'll take the wrestling with Hamzat. A few of your friends are hoping to go to UFC London, but your limit is probably like 350 or something like that. Yeah, I feel you on that. Sadly, can't be here for long, but appreciate you, Badger. Thank you very much for hanging out, my guy. Oh, yeah. Hey, much appreciated, my dude. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it. And you weren't subbed? Come on, brother. Get with it. But if you subbed now, then why did I not get a notification? I don't know if the notifications are working. Somebody follow. Yo, OD3C, follow to make sure that the Chiwiwis are working. I never know. I'm telling you, that's not like a cheap ploy to get people to follow. I literally never know if Streamlabs is working because sometimes. There you go. All right, it is working. Thank you, sir. I literally never know if it's working or not. Thank you. Sometimes it just does not work. Sometimes it just refuses to work. Streamlabs will just turn itself off randomly. So thank you very much for following, my guy, and thank you for letting me know that it's working. And I have started the broadcast stream here, so I'm going to be starting to do some of these watch-alongs. Feel free to continue to talk about anything that you want, though. I have seen these fights already, of course, in person, so I don't need to pay super, super close attention, but I also want to watch for, just things that I missed in person, and also to see, catch some of Thinker St. James on screen. I'm sure I'm on the broadcast a couple of times. Do you think Conor versus Khabib is rigged? No, definitely not. Why would you think that? What would lead you to that conclusion? I mean, the way that those guys hated each other, like, there's no fucking way that both of them would have agreed to fix that fight unless they are playing the most impressively well-acted long con of all time. I mean, Conor, to this day, is still going after Khabib. Conor taking money to sell the fight? Nah, no way, dude. Conor's got way too much pride for that. No way in hell. There's really not that much fight fixing in modern MMA. That's kind of a myth. A lot of people like to think that because, like, when things go weird or things don't happen the way that they think that they should happen, it's just like, oh, fake, sell, blah, blah, blah. It really doesn't happen very much. Dana made a good point about that. There was, oh, shit. Was it a MMA on Point video, I think, about that one fighter who did fix fights and it, like, ruined his life? In that video, if I can find it, I'll post the link to it. But in that video, Dana was talking about like what would happen if you actually did fix fights. Like, there's no way it's worth it to fix fights. Oh yeah, they just showing the replay of Drakkar Klose with that slam knockout from a few was that last year? Man, That was awesome. Felt bad for Jakar Close. I like Jakar Close, but Joel Alvarez is that fucking guy, dude. Michael Johnson, also that fucking guy. But yeah, there is very little upside to selling a fight and very, very large amounts of problems that you could have coming back from fixing a fight. Like, the law gets involved at that point. Fight fixing is very, very illegal. So if the organization was involved in fight fixing, it would be really, really bad. If a fighter gets caught for fight fixing, they would lose their ability to fight forever. So, like, basically what Dana was saying is that, like, they could also be facing jail time. So, like, if you are going to do a fixed fight, you better hope that it is such life-changing money that you never have to fight ever again. Because the example of that one guy who did that and then, like, got caught doing it, like, he had to run from the mafia and shit. Like, he's still in exile, from what I understand. Like, he has never been back to his home country. All right, looking at this broadcast here. I remember when they started the broadcast portion of the evening, you know, so I'm looking at it. The broadcast is over, like, on the left-hand side of the screen. I am right back behind it, like almost directly to the side of it. Do you think Adesanya will take Khamzat if they fight? Probably not at this point. I mean, like, maybe he would take it only because, you know, he's got the pride of being an ex-champion and all that kind of stuff. But I think that even a guy like Israel Adesanya, who has kind of had a little bit of main character syndrome, I would say. You know, he's a dude who really, like, believes in his anime storyline. I think that at this point in his career, I think even he is probably starting to reassess a little bit. You know, he's taken some high-level losses at this point. I think if he wants to come back and start to regain some footing in the division, that he probably should fight a little bit cautiously. And I think that he's already been announced for a fight, right? Isn't he fighting? Who is he fighting? Nasruddin Imavov? I think he's fighting Nasruddin Imavov.
The final event of the year, and what a year it has been.
Yeah, let me double check that real quick while we're... Oh, yeah, and I also should pull this down to our first fight. There we go. Buddy, chill, man. So yeah, who is Israel? Yeah, he's fighting Nasruddin Imavov. So, I mean, maybe there'd be a chance for that fight somewhere down the line, but I doubt it. You know what I mean? Like, Khamzat is 2 on the rise. Israel Adesanya is 2 on the fall right now. I think that their trajectories are just different.
Cancer bravely, and throughout the fight, he trained in MMA.
What do I think about Rakic? He's from the same country as you? Oh, cool. Alexander Rakic is, I think, a very good striker. I think that he doesn't have, like, the greatest well-roundedness, I would say. And I do like his striking a lot, though. And he is from Austria? Is that correct? So if you are from Austria, shout out to Austria. Yeah, Austrian mixed martial artist. Yeah, cool. Dope, dude. Yeah, shout out to Austria. That's a country that I don't know a great deal about. I know a couple of people from... Well, I've interacted with a couple of people from Austria, but I don't know a great deal about the country itself. I know that the one person I knew from Austria, I kept mixing him up with Germany, and he got upset about that. Oh, he's originally from Serbia? Oh, I did not know that. Is Serbia the one with the really cool flag, the red and black flag? No, that's okay. Yeah. No, that's a different country. Serbia still has a cool flag too, though. I like the crown. Shout out to Serbia too, then. Welcome, my guy. Hope everything is going well in Serbia. I know that there's been problems in the past, but hopefully everything's going good for you now. When will Rakic fight next? Did they already announce for him? I think that they said that he's. Maybe not. Maybe he's. Maybe he is not announced yet. Yeah, he fought at 308. Wait, no, that's 3. He fought since then.
He never became the champion, even though he had multiple title fights. And that's what he says this fight tonight is all about.
Yeah, 308. I mean, that's, yeah, fought Ankalaev at 308. Lost that fight, of course. Yeah, they haven't announced him yet. But I would suspect he's probably going to, gonna fight lower, because, I mean, he lost 3 in a row. That Ankalaev fight was his 3rd loss in a row, so having a little bit of a tough time of it lately. Yeah, I mean, sad to say, I think that Rakic is, like, he's one of those guys that is close to greatness, but not at that, like, when it comes to the highest level of the sport, there's, like, this one little gap. You've got all of the guys in the rankings that, like, circle around the top 5 area, and then you've got the guys that can break away from that and move into, like, real contender champion level. And I just unfortunately feel like Rakic is just right outside of that championship caliber. Sad to say, because I don't dislike him as a fighter. I think he's a really good striker, but I think that the entirety of the skill set just is slightly one step behind the elites of the division. What do I think will be his next fight? Well, if he's fighting low, they might actually try to jump somebody up from lower in the rankings to fight him at this point. So, like, where is he at currently? I would suspect that he is probably in, like, the maybe 7 to, like, 6 or 7 range at light heavyweight, right? Oh, they still have him in the top 5. Okay, that's kind of crazy. I would suspect that they're going to probably have him fight someone like, I want to say, like, maybe, like, Bogdan Guskov, or maybe even Dominic Reyes. I'm thinking that they might have, because he's on a 3-fight losing streak, so I think that they're either going to have him fight somebody from lower in the rankings, or they're going to jump somebody from the rankings up. They've been doing that a whole lot lately, where they'll have an unranked fighter coming in, fighting at, like, a high-level guy. Like, a dude who's on, like, a 4-fight win streak will just come in and end up fighting, like, a dude who's, like, fucking, ranked, like, 5th or something like that. Oh, shit, my bad. I didn't... Damn, thank you for letting me know. Hopefully I didn't fucking... I had the... God damn, I forgot to mute I forgot to mute the stream audio. My bad. Thank you very much, Rick Allen. I appreciate you letting me know that. Hopefully that did not get me copyright struck on YouTube. Are we still live on YouTube? I guess we must be. If you hopefully I was talking over enough of that. My bad. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, I forgot to mute the desktop audio. Shoot, my bad. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, typical dumb move for me. I appreciate it. I'm still getting used to being back, not live. I'm still getting used to fucking being outside of the bubble of being at the event. I'm decompressing. When do I think he'll fight? Rakic, probably maybe like middle of next year, if he still wants to be active. I would say that he's probably going to take a little bit of time off to reassess. I don't think he's going to want to do quick turnaround on a 3-fight losing streak. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe he does, maybe he's like really raring to get a win under his belt to try to recalibrate his career. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Rakic will, he needs to get a win, though. I mean, I'll give you, I definitely will say that. Like, if he's on a 3-fight losing streak, I mean, that's already kind of hairy. He is a ranked fighter, so he's probably not, in danger of getting cut. But, yeah, it's not looking good for him. Gotta go. Thanks for saying about Rakic. God bless. Hey, God bless you, brother. And God bless Serbia. Shout out to Serbia. Thank you very much for following. I appreciate it and hope to see you on the stream again sometime, man. Welcome. Welcome to the hive, my guy. I got to go back and see if you can see me. I don't know if I was standing up during the Knutson walkout. God bless Serbia. So when Josephine Knutson was fighting, there was a dude in the crowd who was like in love with her. There was a guy who was like, Josephine, marry me, Josephine. Josephine, I love you. I was like, bro, come on, man. Chill out, dude. Calm down. Because you got to know that is some next level simping. And I could have done that with the goddess Mego Levy, who was not more than a few feet away from me at one time. But I didn't, because you don't do that. Colby is officially irrelevant now. Yeah, Colby's been irrelevant. The only thing keeping Colby relevant is people talking about him. Actually, Rick Allen, I thought about you during the event. Because when Colby Covington walked out with Hulk Hogan, I was like, I am not paying any mind to this. I was literally on my phone fucking, like tweeting and looking up shit on the Discord and stuff. I was like, there is nothing to fucking care about here. I don't, like, you think that it's cool that you walked out with Hulk Hogan? I don't give a fuck. I heard I Am a Real American start to play on the speakers. I was like, oh, he's going to walk out with Hogan. Great. Like, did anybody think that was dope? Hulk Hogan using the American flag as a walking stick? And then Colby coming out and sucking? Again, the one thing that you always have to remember with all of this shit when it comes to relevance is that anything that you do outside of the cage does not matter if you don't win your fights inside of it. Fundamental shit. So, is Colby irrelevant? Yes, Colby's been irrelevant. He is, we were just talking about Alexander Rakic not being championship caliber, not being champ potential. Colby is not championship material. He has grazed the greatness and not achieved it. He keeps himself relevant with this dumb bullshit fucking talking that he does. And we know it's an act. Everybody, it's like we're all in this like hypnosis thing, like in hypnosis where it's like basically you just have to handshake with the hypnotism guy and you sort of go with it. That's what I feel like everybody's doing with Colby. It's like everybody knows it's an act, everybody knows that it's bullshit, but we're all just kind of just going along with it. Yeah, oh man, he called out LeBron. He said, "What's a Diddy party like, LeBron?" Who gives a fuck? Shut up. Sounds like an absolute retard. Couldn't stand having to listen to that nonsense in the crowd. Should have KO'd him for sure. Yeah, you're right. Should have KO'd him on the walkout. It was dumb. It was just dumb. But yeah, the crowd was not bad overall. I mean, when shit was going good, like the crowd was good, but they were quick to boo, and it was just kind of bringing the vibe down a little bit. I was like, that's what I said on Twitter. I was like, it's just the vibe is off. Yeah, that was a really nice takedown for Piero Rodriguez. She had Knutson like parrot like sideways. Knutson's unfortunate problem is that her ground game is just very weak. The vibe was off because I was there? Perhaps. Perhaps. Could have been. Tampa is a very chill place most of the time, so maybe it was my fault. You know? Trouble follows me wherever I go. What can I say? The bad boy of MMA live streaming. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about Knutson, too, is that, like, when she lets her hands go, she is very good with it. But, like, if she doesn't end up, like, hurting her opponent, then... Oh, yeah, that was a nice head kick, too. And yeah, I mean, like, and now, like, Knutson on her back, like, not really trying to go for, you know, any kind of triangle or anything. Like, with the position she's in right now, she could have, like, swung the leg over. Yeah, didn't go for it. There you go. Little up kick. And she just lets Rodriguez come back in and just re-engage. Like, she's on her back, just kind of chilling on her back. And then Rodriguez comes in with an elbow down. Oh, yeah, those were some heavy elbows at the end of the round. Good round for Rodriguez, really. John motherfucking Dong. How you doing, brother? How are you, my man? Thank you for checking in. We're just chilling today, doing the rewatch. Like I say, I'm still kind of decompressing from all of the excitement of being at this event yesterday. So it's going to be fast forwarding through commercials. I'm not really doing the watch along the same way that we normally do. I just want to catch the broadcast. I'm taking notes for the podcast tomorrow. So we're just chilling today. How you doing? I'm good, man. You know, last night was kind of crazy. I think I ended up going to sleep finally. I didn't get home until 3:30 or so. And then I finally was in bed, I believe, by 4:30. So I didn't really get to sleep until like around maybe 4:45, 5 o'clock. Rick Allen said he wanted to fight me. Well, I wasn't expecting that. I know. I mean, right now, Rick Allen is taking advantage of a depleted opponent. You know what I mean? Like, he knows that I was just like exhausted at the event last night. I'm still recovering and stuff. And he's coming in, swooping in, exploiting my weak points. So effective strategy from Rick Allen. Can't lie. I can't be too mad at it. That's a high fight IQ from Rick Allen. What did you think of the event last night, John? Were you watching? If you were watching, did you see your brother Thinker on the broadcast? Were you keeping an eye out for me in the crowd? Unfortunately, I was sitting on the side of the walkout that you don't see opposite. Like when they're like they turn the I don't know what you call it, like the elbow, so to speak, like the corner. There was like a pivot there where they would like they would do the walkout and then they would turn, and it was like a snake around after that. So like I wasn't on the side that you could really see like the back of. But I might have been on there a little bit. I know that a couple of guys from the Discord were saying that they saw me on there, so that was kind of cool. Oh yeah, that was that really nice move that that Knudsen did to get Rodriguez off of her. But yeah, no, it was, I thought it was really fun overall. It was just very frenetic because of the amount of activity that was going on at all times. That was the big criticism that I had. It was cool to be there. It was cool to watch fights live. Like, I enjoyed that. I want to be able to go and, be immersed in this sport when I have the opportunity to. So, all of that made it worth it, but the amount of traffic that was happening, I really feel like, especially our row specifically, was just so much going on. Up and down and up and down and up and down. It was work. It was definitely work. Oh yeah, and I didn't mention it, but shout out to the homegirl Jillian Robertson, who was in attendance. It looked like she had her red hair freshly dyed, because that red hair was very noticeable from anywhere in the arena. If you knew that was the color that you should be looking for, you could spot her from a mile away. Very red. It's like that specific color red too. It's like that sort of dark almost purplish red that she does. So that was kind of cool. See her. Oh, yeah, that nice elbow from Knutson did open up Rodriguez, but I don't think that did enough to swing that round. I had this going. Was this a 30-27? God damn it. I hate this fucking... UFC.com is so annoying with this shit. Yeah, unanimous decision. But doesn't say on here what the scoring was. Whatever. I'll look at it, or I'll find out when they announce it. Oof. Nice push kick from Knutson. Good teep to the chest. Oh, yeah, something funny that did happen, like, unfortunate, but still kind of humorous to see. Somebody, like, threw water or something at Bisping. Like, somebody fucking... Bisping, like, as he was leaving he was in the, like, the walk area that, like, after the event was over, he was, like, shaking hands and being cool with everybody. And somebody, like, doused him with something, and he was about to fucking throw hands, man. He was not happy. Somebody who's also in that area walking out was like, Mike's about to fucking kill somebody. They were like walking backstage. It sounds like something Rick Allen would do. Could have been. Maybe that's the thing. Maybe Rick was secretly at the event. He was doing recon work on me. You know what I mean? Like he had like binoculars from like the other side of the arena. He was like, all right, he looks like he's been yelling a whole bunch. Now is my time to strike. But yeah, if you go to my Instagram, you can see that there's a picture that I have with Dean Thomas. That is from after the event, and that was the same time that thing with Bisping happened. Shout out to Dean Thomas, too, man. That guy was fucking cool as hell. Said that he'd be on the show at some point, so I told him I'm going to hold him to it. I gave him my card. I was like, you got to come on the channel, brother. He was like, yeah, hit me up. I was like, all right, I'm going to. So we'll see if we can get Dean Thomas on at some point. Chop it up. Learn a little bit more about the coach. Yeah, definitely do. I have a picture with him, and I also have a picture with the absolute legend, Mark Coleman. That was very cool. It was really good to meet him. Very cool guy. Just really cool with the fans. You know, taking pictures with everybody. Obviously a dude who's been through a hell of a lot recently. So, you know, very cool to see him at the event and get to interact with him a little bit. Very nice guy. Yeah, this was a really dominant performance for Pierre Rodriguez. All right, that's one down. Yep, 30-27s across the board. Yeah, absolutely appropriate. It's another reason why I wanted to do this rewatch was because, like I had said, there was so much activity going on at all times when it came to right after the fight. Like immediately after the fight was over, everybody would rush over to the walkout area so that they could dap up the next fighter or whatever. So while they were doing the announcements, it was like I didn't get to hear a lot of the post fight interview stuff. I mean, like there was just so much activity going on immediately after the fight concluded. So I wanted to be able to actually, get some of this information for the podcast tomorrow. Well, decent little cut she ended up with there. Yeah, Davey Grant versus Ramon Taveras. This was a little bit of a slightly underwhelming fight, but not terrible. I mean, like it was cool to see Davey Grant letting his hands go because his boxing actually is pretty nice when he does. And Ramon Taveras just didn't look like he was like in this fight. Like it was very weird. Like he got a couple of shots like when he picked him, but his volume was just really low. So be interesting to see how that played out on screen because that's how it was in real life for sure. And it sucks because, I mean, Ramon Taveras, Duval County, I did a whole video about him nearly getting murdered. Check that video out if you want to know the whole story there. But I was really hoping that he was going to come out here and show out. I mean, Davey Grant is a guy that I thought that he would have some success against. But, yeah, Davey Grant was all over this fight. And this is what they're showing right now, this shot of Mego Levy, I got to see get set up. This is the exact shot. I have a video of it that I'll post in the recap video that I'll make, showing like the whole sequence of how, from a technical standpoint, this is set up. Let's see. You see me on screen here? Let's see. No. That's the problem, is that they would always turn the camera like right before when I would be able to be seen. But let's see if you can see me in the background. Nah. I gave his hat to some lucky kid in the crowd. Yeah, they're talking about the drive-by shooting right now on the commentary. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see. I would have been... Nah. I mean, I can sort of see myself, but you can't really make me out. Yeah, they're talking about how Ramon Taveras is fighting for a better life for his family. And that's what I was saying to my homie Dave in the crowd. I'm like, this dude is trying to move his family out of Duval, get himself away from this, bad situation that he's found himself in where he's nearly getting murdered. I would have thought that he really should have won this fight. So that's unfortunate, but still a fan. Still seems like a really genuinely decent guy underneath it all. You know, people go through bad phases of their life, obviously. Not going to hold that against him. Oh, hold on. Maybe, was I there for Davy Grant? Oh, yeah. There I am. Ha. Let's see. Playing Where's Waldo with Thinker St. James right now. Yeah, there I am. Yeah, I'm standing up, giving a round of applause. That big dude next to Dave. You can see me, you can see Dave with his hat on. Yeah, nothing against Davy Grant. I mean, you know, he obviously had been through a lot with his neck injury and all the stuff that they're talking about on commentary right now. Seems like a good dude. I'm not here to talk shit about him. I just would have liked to have seen Ramon Taveras get a win based on all the things that he's gone through. So, also, Davy Grant has that weird rib thing that always makes me slightly uncomfortable. He's got those protruding ribs, the lower part. Like, I've got the center, like what is that, the clavicle? But he's got just, his ribs are like, they're weird, man. They're just weird. Mr. Rage Quit, how are you, sir? Just saw Josephine Knutson lose her fight. She is from Sweden. That's not Norway, but it's close. Closer. What do you think about Sweden? Do you have opinions about Sweden? I know it's a different country. I get it. But it's closer than America is. So, you know, maybe you have a more of a perspective. I don't know. What do I know? I'm an ugly American. You're good. Icy there. Yeah, I fucking bet it's icy there. It must be cold as shit right now. This is the time of year where your Nordic winterland is in full swing. Good Lord, I do not envy you, sir. Say hello to the ground with your face. Well, yeah, I mean, you know, keep the space heater popping. You know what I mean? Make sure that you keep yourself regulated temperature-wise. Oh, yeah. By the way, Brooklyn Wren, the lovely ring girl, is even more lovely in real life. She is amazing. Out watching fights IRL this weekend. Yes, I was. I am rewatching the event currently that I was at live last night. We're playing Spot the Thinker over here. Seeing if you can see me on the broadcast, which I would suspect that there will be a couple more times. I could see myself a couple of times on there already. I'm at a very advantageous spot. Like, it's easy to find me where I was sitting. Yeah, what have you been up to, Rage Quit? Anything interesting going on with you? Hope everything's going well. Aside from the weather, of course, which can't really change that, sadly. Although, of course, the government is trying to make machines that'll do that. In fact, they already might have them. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, Bisbing talking about on commentary that Tavares really hasn't done much yet. That's going to be the theme for this entire fight, sir. I had a nice time at a spa called The Well yesterday. That's what's up. Other than that, very calm and relaxed, ready for a new year soon. Bro, I am so fucking with you, my man. I am so with you on that one. I am ready for a new year too. I'm glad you had a nice time at the spa. I'm hoping that this new year is the start of a couple of like things that could be potentially good for myself, potentially for the channel. You know, a couple of things we're setting up to hopefully, you know, be bigger and better. And haven't forgotten about trying to get over to your lovely country, my friend. Actually, I'll tell you here. We'll DM about it at some point. But what's happening right now is, as this year comes to a conclusion, I'm trying to close out a couple of outstanding debts that I have. Once those are cleared up, I'll have a clearer picture of how much money I'll be able to spend throughout the year. And with that, then I'll be able to plan how much money I can actually spend on taking a trip like that. So it really depends on how much it would cost for a plane ticket and all that kind of stuff. There's a couple of factors that'll go into it, but once I have my finances a little bit more clearly laid out, then I can start to plan the rest of everything else. So I have not forgotten about this, and I will keep you posted, of course. I'm surprised that my voice is holding up as much as it is now, because, I mean, I was screaming so much yesterday. It's probably one of the good things about doing Yama is that my voice is getting a little bit used to the amount of yelling that I do, the high volume speaking that I do. Speaking of volume, not much coming out of Ramon Taveras in this fight. Oh, yeah. They're saying Davey Grant brought the wife and kids to see him fight so that they could all go to Orlando afterwards. So shout out to Davey Grant. He's probably over at the theme parks right now. Good for him. Deserves it. Especially after a nice win. What a good feeling that must be, you know? Get a nice win with your family there and then get to go hang out with Mickey Mouse and all that shit. Have a feeling 2025 will be a good year for good folks. Hey, I appreciate that, my dude. Had a great negotiation at work, so 20% raise next year. Brother, congratulations. That's fucking awesome, dude. That is awesome as fuck. Congratulations, bro. I wish I had a job where that was a possibility right now. Because that's the unfortunate thing right now. Like, with my regular gig, like, there are some things about it that keep me at the gig that are great and would make it, like, a perfect job in, like, certain perspective and certain aspects. But there are other things like that are the sacrifice that you have to make to have a job like the one that I have. So I know that I have a really good gig in some ways, but that is not one of them, unfortunately. Feels very good, to be honest, and deserved. Yeah, dude, fucking A. Of course, dude. Man, I believe that. Bro, the majority of, like, people that have, like, jobs that they've been at for a while are hardworking and do deserve to get paid more. You know what I mean? Like, it's very rare that you meet, like, longtime hardworking people that are, like, longtime workers who are not hardworking, I guess is the way to say it. Like, I don't know that many people that are literally just layabouts, you know? Like, people who don't, like, go out to their job and actually put in the effort. Like Dave, my buddy Dave, who I was at the UFC event with. Hardworking guy. Oof. Yeah, that was a nice knockdown for Taveras. But I think it was more of like a push. He caught a kick and pushed him back. That's really what it was. But yeah, 20% will absolutely go a long way for you. 20% is a good raise, man. Yeah, my job is like there are no raises. And I'm not gonna talk too much more about it, because there is certainly more that I could say, but better left unsaid. Yeah, exactly, bro. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. But again, without saying too much, hopefully 2025 will be a new year in many ways. See what happens. Got a couple of little things in the works. I'm hoping that some of the stuff that I have in the works will allow me to take a trip over to a very cold country to hang out with my homie, play some pinball, see some whales. But we'll see. I just got to get everything in perspective here. So it will become very clear in a few weeks as to what the money situation is looking like, because that's all that it is. It's just money. And that's often the way that goes. What I was telling my buddy in general, it's like I don't need to be like a millionaire, but I just need to be comfortable. So like I'm just working towards that. That's really all that I really want. Like I just want to be comfortable and not like so locked in that I can't enjoy my life on top of it, because it really is its own version of being tied down, being in handcuffs when you have more money and you're not enjoying what you do. So that's really what I'm working for. I'm working towards getting myself in a position where I can be comfortable money-wise and actually full-on enjoy my life. That's the goal. That's all that it is. Because I love doing this. This is what I love. I love going out and watching MMA. I love talking about MMA. Chatting with with everybody online. I mean, chatting with the chat. Hanging out with the Vitz King. Talking to Chase on the podcast. That's what I love to do. So I am working on a lot of things that hopefully will allow me to do that more. Yama seems to be... Jesus. Let me try that again. Yama seems to be rolling in a good way. I want to go to your part of the globe. Also, hey, bro, any fucking time, dude. Anytime. Let us know. You know that me and Vitz got you for real. I mean, I don't have the most accommodating place, but you are absolutely welcome. Vitz King has a little bit nicer of a place, I guess, when it comes to hosting. You're welcome there as well. And we will live it up, man. I mean, there is some good pinball around where I live. So, a little bit of traveling involved, but like, there's all kinds of stuff to do, man. We would plan a super dope itinerary for you if you did come over to our part of the world. So you are always welcome. But I don't think that I've traveled international since Montreal, I think. I mean, I guess you can technically count going out into international waters when I was on the Victory Casino cruise or whatever. I was out on the gambling boat. But yeah, the last time that I was out of the United States, I believe, was when I went to Montreal, and that's going back 10 plus years now. I can plan a whole year with working at a time now also, so easier to figure something. Dude, really? That's fucking great. Man, what a nice thing that is. You can plan a whole year in advance of work. That's awesome. Yeah, that's another luxury that I do not have. There's a lot of traveling, not for me personally with my job currently, but like there is a lot of travel involved with my company that I have to be aware of, and I have to plan my job around other people's travel. Like a lot of projects that are going on in other parts of the country. So, yeah. Another thing that might end up changing a little bit, but that part I don't mind as much if I was doing it for the stuff that I actually want to do. It's a little bit multifaceted with that, but that's awesome that you have that ability, dude. That's fucking great, actually. That's really cool. Oof. Yeah, when Davy Grant started to lay his hands on in the third round, bro, he was on fucking point. Oof. Yeah, his Davy Grant with some really clean striking in the third round. Do you have any plans for that new money that you're going to be bringing in? Have you already decided what you're going to start saving for or spend on? I know some people do that. I mean, it's probably better just to save it for a while and then figure it out. But, you know, some people plan ahead like that too. It's like, oh, I got 20% more. This is what I'm going to spend it on. It's like, all right, you know, handle your finances how you think it's best to handle them, I guess. Thinking more travels depends on the world. Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be part of the equation, right? The world is seemingly like it's always in a state of disrepair, to put it lightly. Always in a weird, semi dangerous condition. But thankfully, the United States still seems to be holding up to an extent, anyway. Or invest in materials like supplies. Yeah, dude, hell yeah. Well, you know I appreciate that. You know I love your art and stuff. So if that's the case, if that's what you end up doing with it, no protests from me. Felder just said that Davey's going to need a wheelchair when he goes to Disney World. Damn, that's funny. Gonna get right to the front of the line on those rides, he said. Yeah, that was a decent fight overall. Going back real quick just to see if you can see me in the crowd shot. I don't know if that's my section. But good times, man. Congratulations on your raise, my dude. That's awesome. Yeah, Davy Grant with a nice win. Yeah, good guy, Davy Grant. No disrespect to him for sure. He seems like a good dude, a good bloke, as they say in jolly old England. Oh yes, Miranda Maverick versus Jamie Lynn Horth. Forgot what her other last name is. She is a newlywed, of course. Miranda Maverick with her Top Gun gimmick. That was certainly on display. I should probably do like a photo dump of all the pictures that I took from the event. Took a good one of Miranda Maverick. That's why it reminded me of that. Yeah, I thought that this fight was closer than it would appear that they thought it was because I think that Miranda wins this 30-27, but it didn't feel that way in the moment. Oh, they didn't show her walkout. Damn, that sucks. They're booing Horth. Are you kidding me? I thought it was cool that Horth fought just like a couple months ago or a month ago. I mean, she fought very recently and was like right back at it. Quick turnaround for her. You know, as I said, she's a newlywed. She needs the extra cash. Miranda Fear the Maverick. Change this up. Whoops. Yeah, they're saying that they're looking at Horth like she's a nobody. I mean, I thought that she held her own in this fight. Yeah, I gotta like watch this fight a little bit here because like I mean maybe there's something that I was missing live. Cause yeah, I mean Maverick's moving nicely, but so far nothing tremendous. Almost a minute and a half into the fight. Yeah, last month. Horth fought last month. I was going to say, it was like only a couple weeks ago. Yeah, I remember there being a lot of clinching in this fight. Maverick ties her up. Again, yeah, it's just staying with the clinch. This first round is very slow. Oh yeah, right. There was that. Yeah, that oil check from Horth. Horth all up in that ass. Is Florida Gators still a thing? You mean Florida Gators like the football team or like the actual animals? Because yes to both of those things. Yeah, Florida Gators is definitely still a thing. I mean, like if the football team is always going to be a thing, University of Florida, like even if they're not winning, there's still going to be a lot of people that are supportive of them. And just in general, I mean, I think that the Gators, I think that they were endangered at one time, maybe, but they're not. I'm fairly certain that that Gators are not endangered anymore. If they were football, just remember you love their logo. Yeah, dude. Yeah, UF is absolutely still a thing. They will always be a thing. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a Gators fan. And it is a cool logo. I always like them. Somebody that I know very well actually went to the University of Florida, so I have a reason to root for them. And Gainesville, where they play, where the school is not too far at all from where I live. In fact, the last time that I had a lady friend, she was up in Gainesville. So I was just in Gainesville not too long ago. Yeah, I got love for Gainesville. Gainesville is a chill place, man. I like Gainesville. It's very quiet, slow. Kind of got a little bit more. It's a little bit more country. You know what I mean? It's like a little bit more like country folk kind of deal, as opposed to big city living. So it's a slower pace, and I can get down with that. Like I don't know if I'd want to live there, but it is a cool, chill place to kind of hang out for a little while. So that's why it was nice when I had a friend there, because it was almost like taking a little mini vacation, So yeah, if you want to go see the Gators play, I'd have to find out what their schedule is like, but we could absolutely go to a Gators game. I don't follow college football at all. I mean, I don't follow football really, period, but college even less so than pro football. But I'd definitely still go to a game. Yeah, I'd absolutely do that. That'd be fun. Oh, yeah, hell yeah, dude, we can do that. We can absolutely do that. Yeah, that'd be fun. Go out, you go tailgate, it's college, so it's a bunch of college kids too. It's just fun to see them act like idiots. You get a good sporting event and a show. Yeah, this fight right here was definitely one of the lulls, because this is just like all kinds of clinchy, but not really anything impactful. Yeah, Horth not getting this round. I mean, maybe she did end up winning this round. Because if this was 30-27s across the board, that would be really, like, not correct. I mean, I think that this is a good round for Horth. Probably as many people on a college football game as in your whole hometown. Yeah, probably, bro. Yeah, college football, that's the thing. If you're into college football, like, you are into it, man. Like, there is definitely a contingent of people that are like, that's their sport and that's all they follow. Like, usually if you're a college football fan, like, you are a, like, diehard fan. So, yeah, between the actual school and just fans in general, I would suspect you are probably correct. How many people are in your hometown? Like, what's the population? Approximately, of course. $32,000? Yeah, that probably is pretty comparable, I would say. I wonder what the gate was for the event I was at last night, because it wasn't like sold out. Like, there were definitely still open seats, but it was pretty packed. I wonder what the capacity is for the Amelie. Oh. Amelie Arena capacity is 20. Yeah, so I would say if it was 20,500, then I'd say there were probably maybe like 19,000 people at it or so. Maybe 18,500, 19. And for a football game, like if it's a football game that matters a lot, yeah, I'd say that's probably somewhere around there. Yeah, it was decently packed for sure. And they definitely pack you in, bro. I mean, like, actually, there might have even been more so capacity than there would have been for a football game because they have all that ground, the floor seats, all those seats on the floor area. So there might have been around 20,000. Like, even with it not being sold out. Because, yeah, there were a lot of people there, even with there still being seats available. That's why getting out of the building was so much of a thing. We waited around for a while so that I could dap up a few fighters and media figures and whatnot, give out some cards. And even with doing that, it was still a little bit of a thing getting out of the actual area. But I didn't mind. I mean, I felt bad for my buddy Dave, who was doing the driving. Dave is a legend. I can guarantee you that the townsfolk in your hometown, like your fellow citizens, are probably a lot better behaved than the crowd at a football game. Because they do get pretty rowdy at a college football game. As I said, the tailgating leads to a lot of pre-gaming, as they call it. A lot of drinking before you get into the venue to do more drinking. There's a reason why alcohol is not allowed at sport events in Norway. Alcohol is not allowed at sporting events in Norway? Are you kidding me? That is fucking insane. That is wild. You have to go to every sporting event sober? That is nuts. Holy shit. That's wow. I am extremely surprised by that. I'm surprised by that anywhere. Like, sports and alcohol go like peanut butter and jelly. Like, that's like... I did not know that. That is so crazy. Yeah, dude. I mean, you know, Norway has a couple of like rules that I don't necessarily agree with. I mean, and it's not like, trust me, you know, I don't drink anymore. So like, it's not even something that really affects me, but like, that's just such a natural thing. Like, people go to a game, you know, they go to a hockey game, they go to a whatever sport you're playing, they go to a game, they want to drink. I mean, that's just like, it's second nature in the United States. So that's insane to me. That is really, really crazy. I have to tell that to Vitz King, see what he thinks about that. Because, of course, you know, Vitz is not a big drinker either, but, you know, I think that he'd also find that to be very crazy. That is a definite cultural difference. And yeah, after watching this fight back, this is a really boring fight. And, 3-2 Maverick, 2-1 Maverick is fine. All right. Actually, we'll wait around for this decision real quick, and then I'm going to take a quick break. Oh, yeah, and yet another crowd shot. Got to see if you can see me. Where am I? Take the graphic off the screen. I think I just saw myself real quick. I'm on the lookout. Gotta charge the phone. Have a great one. Catch you next time. Hey, Rage Quit. Love you, brother. Thank you very much for stopping in. Appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night. Stay warm out there. All right. Miranda Maverick gets her win. Does not get an interview. Yeah, they're asking, is it enough to get her in the top 15? I'm like, I don't think so. Honestly, not. I mean, like that against Horth, she was supposed to walk through. I mean, she was like a minus 700 favorite or something in this fight. Like, I can't imagine that was the performance. Like, if you put money on that, it's like you must have been biting your fucking nails. Yeah, what was the line that they had it as? God damn it. Yeah, minus 600 on UFC.com. That was not a minus 600 performance, but all right, I'm going to take a quick break and come back, and we will continue watching. So give me a minute. Don't go anywhere. Sorry about that delay. We are back. Getting ready to watch Miles Johns versus Felipe Lima. Thought Miles Johns fought pretty... Actually, this was a pretty competitive fight. This was like one of those scrappy cat fight kind of fights. Oh, hold on. Again, we're doing walkout here. I gotta check for St. James. Oh yeah, Felipe Lima. That's why I was like, I think I ended up going for Felipe Lima in this fight because of his performance in Saudi Arabia. And he did win this fight, but this was one where it wasn't like, I wasn't super impressed, if I recall. Let's see if my perception changes based on this watching now. And of course, ESPN Plus decides to crash, so refresh. You know, just another stellar day for ESPN Plus, as usual. What is going on right now? Come on. Catch up, ESPN Plus. Or not? What's going on over here? Like my browser is having some issues or something. Fucking hello. What the fuck? Oh, yep. Browser crash. That's what it was. All right. Too many windows open or some shit. Give me a second. We'll get all this worked out. Hold. All right. You go over here. It's all the stuff I do before stream to get everything set up correctly, and then, you know, just decides to fuck up. Surprise, surprise. That looks fine. We'll take that. And bring back ESPN. And continue watching. All right, we should be good. All right, we're back on. Felipe Lima, Miles Johns. Technical difficulties as always, but whatever. We roll. Hey, there's Jillian Robertson in the background. You can see her very, very red hair as Felipe Lima starts to get ready here. Today, snacking on these combos with the ranch dip. These are really good. I enjoy them a lot, but they are hard to find. So when I find them, I take advantage. Oh, hell yeah. I think I saw myself dancing to Miles John's walkout music because he came out to Bone Crusher. Yep, there I am. I was feeling it. I ain't never scared, said Miles Johns, walking out. Unfortunately, he did not win this fight, so perhaps there was more to fear than he recognized. Still fought good, though. They go up. I ain't never scared. Yep, there I am, right behind his corner man. Still standing up because that fucking guy next to Dave is standing up as well. So you just see the three of us standing up. It's not because I wanted to stand up. It's because I couldn't sit down because Dave couldn't sit down. When that guy stood up, it was a domino effect. A reverse domino effect. Stand, stand, stand. I didn't know that Lima was fighting out of Stockholm, Sweden. Must have come over with Josephine. Yeah, not a lot of frenetic energy in this fight for sure, which was good. Both these guys kind of smaller featherweights, so bud. Chill. Bud, come on, man. Yeah, my cat's in the building. Bud, come on. Can't have my water, bud. Yeah, Lima got a little too flashy in this fight, I think, sometimes. Still ended up winning, so it was okay, but like that's something that he probably should keep in mind, is that you don't always need to be going for like crazy spinning stuff at all times. Down. Bro, get down. Come on, man. Fucking cat, dude. Stop. Do a thing on a string with this guy. All right, round 2. This low kick for Johns there. Just the pace is so crazy. These guys both really, really throwing. It was kind of a weird criticism because they were saying that, oh, Johns is like waiting for the power shot. But I mean, he's moving and striking pretty well. So it didn't look like he was just camping. Nice knee for Lima. Oh yeah, and there was this moment there was that moment too where Lima almost had the anaconda and I don't know why he readjusted. Oof, nice uppercut for Lima. Yeah, I remember thinking that like Miles Johns is smiling his way through and like nodding and stuff. It was like, bro, you got to like actually fight back though. Oof, heavy shot for Johns there. I remember that one. Oh yeah, yeah. The little head face to face action there. A mobile bar trailer. Just what I always wanted. I think in this third round is when they like really started to have some kind of wilder exchanges. Or like not wilder exchanges, but just the motions started to get a little more wild. Like should be around now that they start really like both swinging sort of crazy and the body start flying in odd directions. Oh yeah, Lima ends up getting the back. Maybe I was confusing it with earlier in the fight when they were getting a little wild. Oh yeah, yep. Had the backpack almost. Didn't have anything on the neck, so he just abandons the backpack. Ends up with this odd takedown here. That was just a weird one. Locked the legs up. Now he gets the back. A little too high though. Yeah, Johns ends up in this near rear naked, but had the chin down. Oh yeah, yeah. Again, Lima always repositioning. Yeah. Miles John's not happy about that performance, and I understand. I mean, it was a very nice display for Lima. Would have been nice to see him get the finish, but not bad. Certainly not bad. Definitely something to be proud of. A lot of navigating in that fight. Yeah, 30-27 seemed a little strange to me in this fight. Like 30-27s across the board. Seemed a little odd. I would have thought that maybe there would have been a round for Johns in there. Perhaps the second, maybe. But again, not super angry about it. What's up, America? Hello, America. How are you? Yeah, it's his first time in America. Welcome to America, Mr. Lima. Nope. Wants to get the one more, does not get it. Of course, Bisping, the master of the turnaway. That guy knows how to not let a person get more on the microphone. Rogan, not so much. Rogan will let you talk even after you're supposed to have stopped. Bisping, no dice. Oh, yeah. Did they show this Basil Hafez promo in the building? I might have gone to the bathroom at this point. Or maybe they didn't show this. Yeah, I don't remember this promo from Basil Hafez. That's very unfortunate that he had to deal with that terrible affliction, taking his parents, both of them apparently. That's really awful. So, very heartbreaking for Hafez, who I always liked as a fighter, honestly. You know, I thought he did pretty good in his last fight until he got knocked out. But that'll happen. They always do that to Florida, man. They always have the cancer awareness fights or cancer awareness events in Florida. So it's like every time that we go to an event, we always have to have this like tinge of sadness. It's like, yeah, man, that's really sad. It's really unfortunate. Yes, Sean Woodson coming out to start off the knockouts of the evening, because for those first four fights, 1, 2, 3, 4 fights, no knockouts. We were getting a little concerned at this point, saying, man, it'd be nice to see a fucking finish. Luckily, we got some coming up here. Yes, Padilla coming out in his little hat. I remember that. I remember thinking going into this fight that I was not super impressed with Padilla and that Woodson probably was going to get the win. I don't remember if I actually was correct about that, but like if I was correct that I actually like put that through rather. Of course, Woodson did get the win. Woodson did get the knockout. I was correct about that part, but I don't remember if I actually like locked that in or if that was just my gut reaction in the moment. Occasionally I follow my gut. Occasionally I do not. Sometimes the gut does not equal up to reality. Everybody always says, oh, trust your gut. It's like, well, yeah, sometimes trust your gut, but other times it's not going to be correct. So sometimes it makes sense to not trust your gut. I think I was sitting down for this one. Yeah, you can see me sitting down there. Remember Sean Woodson walking out, and I was like, I don't need to stand up for this. I was like, that's rather disrespectful for no reason, really. But I think I was already starting to get a little upset by this point by all of the activity that was going on. All right, Sean Woodson getting ready to get into the octagon here. This was a long lead up for some reason. I guess they knew. They knew that it was going to be a quick finish. I remember this being the first fight where there was a lot of weird slipping going on. Holds up a circle, Padilla does. What does the circle mean? Chihuahua. Born ready. Sean Woodson says it right there on his stomach. I was thinking in this fight that both of these guys have really, really skinny legs, both super tall and lanky. Yeah, Padilla trying to set up a triangle into an omoplata-ish position. There's going to be a leg kick here where, like, Padilla ends up getting spun out. Which I thought was weird because it didn't look like there was that much on it, and then Padilla just goes flying like in an action movie. Yeah, then Woodson starts to lay the hands on a little bit here. And just catches him a couple of times. Yep, exactly. Oh, yep, another one. Yeah, Woodson was already having nice success with the hands. That leg kick, there it was. Yeah, leg kick. I mean, I just caught him at a weird angle, I guess, but he just, like, really reacted heavy to it. Yeah. And this is basically the beginning of the end here. Late knockout coming. There it is. Yep. Right before, yeah, right at the clapper, basically. Yeah, done. 2 seconds left in the first round. Boom, boom. Yeah, that swipe, dude. Damn, that right hand swipe. Very nice. Yeah, very impressive. Good times. And we were like, all right, cool. Finally. Finally a finish. Only took 4 fights. But, I mean, hey, you know, could have been much worse. Could have been none. And then we ended up with some great ones. Then, of course, next was Joel Alvarez, and that was the one I was like, I really want to see something big out of him. And he came up in a big way, for sure. Oh, did Fernando Padilla retire at this point? Yeah, very nice win for Woodson. I didn't realize that Padilla might have retired. Yeah, Woodson nice on the mic too. I think I had already I think at this point is when I went to the bathroom because I thought that there was going to be a little bit more time before the next fight because of the knockout. So I don't remember hearing all of this, but yeah, rank me and run me my 50. I like it. Oh, okay. So Padilla was not retiring. Fitzgerald, a little bit mistaken there. No problem. All right. Joel Alvarez time. This was a fight that I quite enjoyed. It sucks that it had to be Drakkar Klose, though. I really like Drakkar Klose. The only thing that holds him back is his inactivity, but now, of course, a little bit more of a holdback based on this loss here. Oh, goddammit, I didn't even fucking update this. My bad. Sean Woodson and Fernando Padilla was the fight that we just watched, and now we'll skip it right over this and go straight to Joel Alvarez versus Drakkar Klose. I never do that. I'm always bad about that. My bad, guys. Do 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 do. And I will say, it is so nice to be able to skip these ads, the same fucking ads that you see 8 million times. That I appreciate about this different style of rewatch. Yeah. Of course, there is Meg again, who looked lovely. Looked lovely in person as she does on screen. Oh. Oh, man, I didn't realize that Jakar Close lost his brother recently. That sucks. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. A senseless act of violence. I wonder what that was all about. That's no good. No good at all. Can you see me in the back there? Yep, I think you can. Yeah. See me just kind of peeking over at the wall at times just because there are people over there like so much that I was just like, I'm not trying to fucking fight anybody to get a spot to look at a guy walking out. You know what I mean? It's like, whatever. I'll see them when they're in the cage. But again, I was mostly standing because there were people next to us standing. Did not necessarily want to be standing at all times here. Up, down, up, down. Jesus Christ. Joel Alvarez. I was looking forward to this fight the most, and it certainly delivered in the way I was expecting. Yeah, I was curious if that was his wife and child, Drakkar Klose, because if it was, that always makes it that much worse losing a fight the way, especially the way that he did here, because this was a pretty heavy, dominant performance from Alvarez, as I kind of expected it to be. Because Joel Alvarez, he really is the real deal. As I said to my buddy Dave when we were in the crowd, I was like, I do believe that Joel Alvarez has champ potential. The way that he fights is just very proficient, high fight IQ, picks apart opponents in a way that wears them down. Either that or he can overwhelm them as well. So it's like it depends on the type of opponent. He just tailors it to whatever he sees. Takes the information that he gets, utilizes it correctly to his advantage. It's a well-rounded package that you get with Joel Alvarez. Yeah, 6'3" lightweight as well. That's pretty nuts. You see how calm he is as well, just waiting, plotting. Oh, yeah, that was a nice takedown from Klose early. And then back to his feet, right back to his feet for Alvarez. He gets slammed down heavy, real up and over slam, and he works his way back up. Old school foot stomps for Drakkar Klose. Oh, yeah, the knee. Yeah. Yeah, done. That knee did it, man. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that knee was fucking crazy. It wasn't even like that big of a motion. Yeah, I want to see the replay again, even after having seen the replay on the night of. Because, yeah, here, yeah, left hand caught him. And then the knee just didn't even. Very nice. 22 wins, 22 finishes. That's nuts. Yeah, my cat is on one tonight. And he doesn't go for the call out. I thought that was kind of unfortunate. I didn't realize he had a Dragon Ball Z chest tattoo. Or like a regular Dragon Ball. All right. Yeah. Joel Alvarez is the real deal for sure. El Fenomeno. Nice little promo package for Julio Arce. Again, you know, this cancer awareness. Obviously, a lot of people dealing with that unfortunate affliction. When are we going to get a cure? Are we ever going to get a cure? And yes, to close out the prelims, the featured prelim, the gangster, the menace, the man himself, Michael Johnson. Can't wait to rewatch this one because, man, when this knockout happened, it was fucking electric in the building. And you can see, yeah, I mean, like looking at the wide shot of the crowd, man, it is pretty packed in that place. You know, it's dotted with open seats, but this is still prelims and it's already pretty goddamn packed. Yeah, Michael Johnson's record is so crazy. The opponents that he's faced. And of course, I saw Michael Johnson fight in Orlando 2 years ago. Saw him win in Orlando as well. That was very nice. And saw him win again here. So, bingo. Florida loves MJ. Yeah, that was the Mark DeCasey fight. Very happy to see him win that fight. Never been too high on DeCasey. Oh yeah, going up against Azaitar, the man who fucking had that weird situation on Fight Island with the smuggling of something in the hotel room or whatever. I'd have to go and relook at the details of that one. Should probably look that up before the podcast. So yeah, there's this. But what was the deal with him in the hotel room? If my fucking browser would let me do it. Jesus Christ. I'm having browser issues today. Yeah, let me go back a little ways here. Once undefeated. No. Yeah, where's the thing? Yeah, Atman Azaitar says bag incident caused USADA to test him 26 times in 2021. Okay. So what was the bag incident, though? UFC president Dana White says Azaitar's team got a wristband to someone outside of the UFC COVID bubble. This person dropped off a bag to their hotel room balcony. Azaitar's manager later revealed it was potatoes in the bag. Yeah, okie dokie, buddy. But when asked in a recent interview with MMA Underground what was inside, Azaitar said he wasn't even involved. Yeah. Yeah. Potatoes. In fact, I gotta write that down. Mr. Potatoes in the bag. All right. Let's see this knockout. USA chants ringing out. There was a lot of those on the evening. Oh, this is 3 in a row knockouts for Zaitar. That's not good. Zaitar landed a nice uppercut there. Looks like it kind of stung Johnson, but nothing major, just a little annoyance. Yeah, slightly slow first round. Can hear the crowd already starting to get a little restless. Ooh. Hand to the neck. That's not legal, Mr. Johnson, but referee lets it slide. Herzog's in there. Ooh. Good crack to the jaw by MJ late in the round. Hi, Mike. Fun way for his coach to enter the cornering. Hi, Mike. Hi. What up? All right, round 2. This is, of course, where it all goes down. So Zaitar already slightly compromised here. Where's the shot that does it? Decent little engagements from a Zaitar. Good head kick. Yeah, Zaitar did get a couple of nice kicks up there, but just nothing enough to really hurt Michael Johnson. Oh, yep, there it is. That was a crazy shot. It was like it was a counter shot that just happened to connect. That's so crazy. Like, it was in a weird exchange. Like, Zaitar was throwing, Johnson was throwing. They both had a couple of, like, hands in motion. And just, Johnson just catches him right at the right angle. Plus, it looks like Zaitar just kind of has a weak chin. So, the shot just gets through. Yeah, crowd was going crazy for this knockout. Yep, and bam, bro, yo. Yeah, I mean, Mike was still swinging. Mike was still swinging. He didn't know that was going to be the knockout shot. Boom, yeah. Creates a nice little separation. Yeah, that was explosive in the moment. Because it was crazy watching it from the angle that we were watching it at, too. Because we were on the side, like, looking straight through the cage door. So, like, it was a little bit farther back. And you just see that exchange of hands from both sides. And then just a Zaitar drop. I think you could see me in the crowd shot there. think so. Yeah, dude. Insane. Hell yeah. Florida fucks with Michael Johnson heavy. Let's go. 38 and still going strong. Appreciate you, MJ. Oh, that's awesome. That's so nice. He's thanking his family, and his family drives, fucking loads the car up to drive to where he's at to go watch him fight. That's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Michael Johnson's family. what a beautiful thing that is. Wonderful. Yeah, the menace. Getting the job done. All right. And that is the prelims. Let's switch on over to the main card here. Keep this train moving. Making good pace as far as working our way through these fights. Nice to get the rewatch out of the way on Sunday so that I can be completely unencumbered on Monday. Oh my god, if the fucking browser wants to play nice, what the fuck? I really think it's the UFC.com that's the problem. You gonna crash again? Yep. Looks like it. Just the ESPN page, though. That we can deal with. Honey Badger, what's up, my guy? You don't think your chats were going through on YouTube? Are we still live on YouTube? I hope so. Yeah, looks like it. Sorry about that. I mean, I was seeing them on. If you're talking about the ones from before, they came through. I might not have got to them as quickly as when you were still here, but yeah, I saw you, bro. I appreciate you for stopping by before. Glad to see me live. Yeah, no, it's great to be live, man. Great to be back on after the event. So we're just going through, rewatching some of these fights, all of these fights, of course, and getting ready for the show tomorrow. I know that you're aware of it, but for anybody else who is not, the podcast that we do around here called Last Week's Fights will be tomorrow night. So doing my research now, just watching back, playing Where's Waldo with Thinker St. James a little bit, trying to see how much you can see me in the crowd. Couple of shots I picked up on. Definitely saw myself dancing to Bone Crusher when Miles Johns came out. But yeah, doing good, man. How you doing? How's school going? What am I feeling about the fights on screen rather than live? Any that feel quite different? Not entirely different. I'm picking up on a couple of things that I didn't necessarily see in the moment, but I think that more so it really is just catching different angles of the same thing and maybe getting a little more detail. But I think that it's not even that they feel different. It's more that they it really brings home what it felt like what it's a nice well-rounded package, because to have felt the full-on feeling in the moment and then to see it back and get the different perspective, you can't feel the electricity through the screen that you feel in the moment when you're with the crowd. It's insane how loud and the impact is so heightened when you're actually in the moment. So it's an interesting experience to have watched it live and then watch it again on screen. But I don't know if it's necessarily anything totally different. I do think that the Felipe Lima versus Miles Johns fight felt a little bit better to watch on screen as opposed to live, only because we were starting to get a little worried live that we were not going to be seeing many knockouts on the evening at that point. That was a little bit of a lull, not because the fight was bad, but just because we were like, yo, let's start seeing some finishes one way or another. Even a sub would be fine. A lot of decisions up until that point, but it was a good fight. So I think I appreciate that one a little bit more. 42 RL, what's going on? Do you like Muay Thai martial? Yes, I love Muay Thai. Muay Thai is only second to MMA as far as my favorite combat sport. In fact, I try to watch as much Muay Thai as time will allow. That is why I am such a big fan of One Championship. So yes, I love Muay Thai. Absolutely love it. That is some of the fucking most wild. Hey, Chiwiwi, thank you very much for following. That is some of the most wild fighting that you will ever see is Muay Thai. Absolutely love it. There's your second Chiwiwi. Oh, unfortunately, of course, we're muted, so you don't get the Chiwiwis via. You don't get to hear the Chiwiwis, but trust me, I heard them. So, Chiwiwi, thank you very much for following. Yeah, it wasn't the best beginning, but started skyrocketing like crazy. Yeah, so, okay. What ended up happening here is that as we move on into the main card, we start off with Navajo Sterling. This into the next fight. These two fight, the Yanez and Sterling fight, were the ones where it started to be a little bit of a lull. And I started to feel like this might have been a cursed event because the crowd started to get... It's a lot to go over. We were in the audience and there were already a lot of things that were giving me a little bit of a headache, as far as a lot of people moving around at all times. I had to stand up and sit down a whole bunch. A lot of crowd actions going on, a lot of people loud in the crowd. And so I was already starting to get into a weird headspace. And then the vibe of the audience started to get a little bit off. So it was really the Dustin Jacoby fight, the knockout specifically, that started to bring the energy back into this thing. Because we had some nice knockouts and stuff here, but this was again, it's the roller coaster, you know what I mean? It was we got up. The Michael Johnson knockout, of course, was fucking beautiful. Then we started to get into a little bit of a lull for the main card. And then it went right back up again. So it was a little bit of a roller coaster, but in a good way. You must know Buaka, is it? Yeah, Buaka and Sanchai. I think Buaka is a name that I know. Sanchai? What are the first names? Because I might know them. If I don't know them just by name, I might have seen them fight in one. I don't get, like, it's hard to keep. I have to keep up with an entire roster of UFC fighters, so there are probably fighters that I might have seen fight and don't remember them by name. So my apologies if they are fighters that I should know and do not immediately recognize. I'd like to be able to follow it to the point where I know all of the active Muay Thai fighters. You really want to start streaming, do more podcast length shit like we do? It's something you've always wanted to do, and you know for sure you can put that. You can put on commentary mode. Yeah, no, you're. I mean, listening to you when we were just talking in the voice chat that one time, you'd be good at it, man. If you want to, go for it. I mean, it's a little bit of overhead, you know. You got to get the equipment, but get a microphone and start doing it. I mean, there's really nothing to do it. Nothing to do it. Ain't nothing to it but to do it. Is what I'm trying to say. Jesus Christ. And you see how poorly I talk, and I do it all the fucking time. So I'm sure that you would be pretty good at it if you wanted to. Again, it's just a commitment. That's really all that it is. You just have to be willing to put the time into it, because I sacrifice a lot of time that could be spent doing other things here, which is fine by me because I love doing this, but just be aware. He should have targeted the body more and opened up Tuco. Yeah, I mean, really, he should have just been. I think that he fought in a weird way that, like, he left a lot of opportunities on the table. I think that's what I had. I mean, I'm gonna watch the fight here in a second when it gets to that point. But you know, they're just starting the main card, doing the Stuart Scott tribute, which they did again in Orlando, and was very sad then as well. Sad seeing it again. But yeah, I mean, the recollection that I had in the moment was that Navajo Sterling really kind of sold the fight as far as the finish, because he could have finished that fight if he had laid on shots. He just wasn't picking shots when he had the openings. That was my thing with it. You hated the Jacoby fight that KO clutched up like crazy. That's really what it was. It was the KO was what switched the momentum. Because at that point, I mean, I was staring off into space at some points because, like, the audience was just getting really antsy and it was starting to bother me. Like, I was like, yeah, I mean, the fight was not, like, super exciting up until that point. So, like, I understand it. But just the vibe was getting all kinds of off after the Sterling fight and then the Marcos fight. So it was just a weird, like, dip in the energy that I was, like, starting to get a little bit antsy about. And then finally the knockouts. I even said it on Twitter. I was like, well, okay, finally the knockout shifted us back in the right direction, because it did pick up after that. Buckley as the GOAT of Muay Thai, really? All right, well, while we're waiting here for a second for this fight to start. Yeah. Is he fighting? Oh, he's 42. Is he still fighting? Oh, he's fighting in K1. Hell yeah. Let's see. Go to the record here. Yeah, 2-time K1 champion. Wulin Feng champ. Oh yeah, he's got quite a resume. Oh, yeah, it's still fighting, huh? Bro just fought. Jesus Christ. At Rajadamnern World Series? Quite a name. A little bit hard to pronounce, but okay. Oh, that's coming up. That hasn't even happened yet. He's fighting soon. Wow. Oh my God, dude. 243 wins. Dude, these Muay Thai guys are fucking insane. The fact that they fight that many times, the way that they fight, it is the most violent sport on the planet, and they fight so fucking often. 243 wins, 25 losses, 14 draws and 2 no contests. That is insane. That is an insane amount of fighting. Holy shit. That's wild, my dude. That is fucking wild. Yeah, cool. I'll have to look up the highlights or something. Link it to me on Instagram at Yama Show. I'll check it out. All you need is the camera. You've got your old iPhone, which is goated, and the quality is good on that. So it's just about starting. May start for 311 and go from there. Hey, bro. I mean, you'll find that you get yourself into a groove as far as like what works for you. So, if you think that the iPhone's going to be good for that, then, you know, go for it. Like, I don't know how you would connect all of that. Maybe you know better than me, but again, dude, it's just dig your feet in and start doing it. Figure out what works and what doesn't. And from there, you'll get to a point where you're happy. I mean, not happy, or at least satisfied. Like, I'm never happy with my setup. Of course, we have technical problems all the fucking time. But you'll get yourself to a manageable point. So if you want to make it happen, go for it. Buckley did his face-off with Manny Pacquiao this year, but the fight has not happened. They're trying to fight? Fucking Buckley and Manny Pacquiao? Where are they fighting in boxing, or they're fighting in Muay Thai? Or are they fighting in MMA? That'd be kind of crazy too. See what kind of ground game Pacquiao has. I mean, I only say that they'd be fighting in MMA because, you know, obviously there are two different disciplines, so they'd have to be mixing the martial arts. I would suspect that both of them would want to keep it on the feet, but it would be funny if one of them tried to go for a takedown. Who's got the better takedowns out of two guys who never take anybody down? But cool. I mean, if they end up fighting, that'd be dope. I mean, you know, Pacquiao is a legend. You're so glad Cub Swanson put on a classic Cub performance with a beautiful KO. Brother, I was ecstatic. That was my... I don't know if I've ever been happier at an MMA event, like, other than that. Maybe other than the other time I saw Cub Swanson get a win. That's the funny part. I have seen 3 live UFC events. I've seen Cub Swanson fight twice and Michael Johnson fight twice. Both of them won both fights. Pretty awesome. I'm a good luck charm for those guys. What can I say? Stick with Yama. You had him by decision, but he's a legend. He's more than a legend to me, man. He's one of my all-time favorite fighters. That fight with Doo-Ho Choi is among my absolute favorite fights of all time. He better retire because this is perfect. You are not lying, dude. I was thinking the same thing when I sent you that thing that Kev had posted about him saying that he'd stick around for the Doo-Ho Choi rematch. That's more of what I was saying. I was more saying, like, crazy that you had predicted that in the past, but I agreed with you entirely. He should not take that fight. That would be a very bad, very, very bad decision for him. This is a fantastic way for him to go out against a guy who he kind of should have done that with in Billy Q. You know what I mean? I was hoping for exactly what happened with that fight, and I got it. So I was very, very satisfied with that. I was really, really happy. That was the highlight of the event for me. Again, after some weird energy. This is starting off the weird energy portion right here. I'm watching the Navajo Sterling fight now. Taking my notes for Monday. But yeah, it was really a sight to behold. I was just overcome with positive emotion at that point. I was screaming my fucking head off. I'm amazed that I have any voice left for the amount of screaming that I was doing at that event. Yeah, if he's going to fight one more time, he should fight Choi, but it's the right time to hang up the gloves, and you're fine with that? Yeah, I mean, no, if he's going to fight one more time, he should fight... No, he shouldn't. No. If he's going to fight one more time, no. That's the answer, no. Yeah, I mean, if he's going to fight one more time, sure, he could do the rematch with Choi just because it'd be awesome from a fan perspective, but there's no way, man. After the way that Doo-Ho Choi looked in that fight, Doo-Ho Choi looked... I like... that was a masterclass that Doo Ho Choi put on against Nate Landwehr. I felt terrible for Nate because I think he's a really good guy. Good, solid, upstanding individual. I think he's a very a quality human being, Nate Landwehr. But, I mean, to say that he was outclassed is just an understatement. I mean, Doo Ho Choi, it was next level. Yamakat, buddy, you gotta get down, my guy, please. Why are you doing this to me? Get down. Oh, and my light turned off. Who'd have thought in 2024 he's on the brink of ranked fights and looking insane? Yeah, well, I mean, the whole thing was apparently he was out of the sport due to his mandatory military conscription. So it's like, it's not even that crazy to me, considering that it's not like he didn't want to be fighting. You know what I mean? Like he would have been fighting. He would have been out there doing his thing if it wasn't for, you know, his duty to his country, so to speak. So, I mean, I think it makes sense. So, I mean, you know, it's not like he was inactive and like out of the sport. I mean, he was out of the sport, but he wasn't inactive. I mean, he was like out there being an active soldier. So theoretically, he was out there still keeping in shape, you know, I mean, physically active, so to speak. And the skills were still there. So yeah, ring rust be damned. I think that, you know, if you ever want to talk about ring rust, I think Doo Ho Choi is the perfect example of that being a complete myth on top of all of the empirical evidence that a guy like Tommy Toehold would put out in a video to show you that it's kind of bullshit to begin with. But yeah, see, like, okay, so fucking Tuco Tokos gets stumbled in the first round. Navajo Sterling does nothing to engage that. Hold, please. Notes need to be taken here. Sorry. Like I said, I'm multitasking over here. We're doing the notes for Monday as well as doing the rewatch. All right. Not even recency bias, but I think he does insane work in the division. Yeah, dude. I mean, based on dude, if he could do if he could do half or a third of the output that he did in that Nate Landwehr fight, I mean, Nate's not a slouch. You know what I mean? Like, Nate's a fine enough opponent to show that Choi still has it. If he can get that going against like 90% of the division, you know, I'd say that he is a formidable threat to a large amount of people on in that division. And also, he has the ground game too. He showed. I mean, I'm not saying that he's necessarily super elite in that department. I'm sure that there are other guys who could give him a serious run for the money when it comes to the ground game, but he's got it. As he said in his post-fight, he's been in the organization for 10 years. He should know how to handle himself on the ground. I think that that's a fair assessment. So, that all being said, let's go. Some people think Choi beats current Volkanovski. Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. But I don't think that a fight like that is out of the question going down the line. You know? A couple other high-level wins under his belt, or higher level wins than against Nate. But a couple more solid wins against ranked guys, that's not out of the question. Especially, too, with Ilya possibly changing weights, you know? That shakes up 2 divisions. Your dream crossover match would be Buakaw versus Conor. Maybe Conor in his prime. I don't know if you want Conor now, my man. I don't think anybody wants Conor currently to be fighting anybody. Conor can't even successfully what the fuck? Conor can't even successfully fight court charges right now. But Sterling needs to be way more aggressive. He has great defense and good distance management. Should be very impressive grappling for a guy who's 6-0 striker now. Showed very impressive grappling, yes. But holy shit, he needs some work. Yeah, that's exactly. I think you nailed. That's like down the line, 100% the assessment that I have as well. He said it in his post fight. He said he's learning on the job, but I mean, he's just there's just definitely holes in the game that need shoring up. He needs to just make better reads. All right. Did you see Chase Hooper kind of clown McGregor on Twitter for his grappling video? No, I did not. Did he really? Conor made a 2,000-word essay on a 30-second clip, and Chase corrected him. I mean, I think that's Conor to a T, and congratulations for Chase to capitalize on a little bit of the wave there. All right, let me see this. Hold on. Oh my god, dude, my cat is fucking going ham right now. All right, I got the clip queued up. We'll take a look at these after this fight. We're in round 2 right now. We'll do it after the round. Take a quick break from this fight. You know, this fight is break worthy. It's not like glued to your screen fight action, so it does kind of suck because I liked Navajo Sterling on the Contender Series, so I was like, man, this could be really cool to see this guy like come out here and set the world on fire in his debut, you know? Because I mean, like, Tokos is so like he's clunky. Like he's like lumbering. That's a good word for Tokos. All right, we got 30 seconds left, or 90 seconds rather, left in this round. I'll bring up the stuff you're talking about here. Take a brief detour from the rewatch. Just want to see if there's anything that I didn't catch, but I don't think that there really is. Yeah, Tokos just keeping control. I mean, that's also part of the problem, too, is that Tokos, like, he didn't capitalize on the inexperience of this guy, Sterling. You know what I mean? Like, he had opportunities here. Like, right here is a perfect example of it. Around the maybe, like, 80-second mark, like, he's in control here. And Sterling just able to defend out of it. It's like Tokos needs to have the awareness to capitalize on his own openings. Like, I'm not a fan of this Tuco Tokos guy. I thought he fought terribly against C, and I think he's fighting pretty bad now, too. All right, that's the end of the round. Let's see this exchange here for Chase Hooper and Connor that you've sent over. This is Chase's initial statement. Objectively, that's a white belt level knee on the belly. Uh-oh. So this is Conor McGregor showing off his jiu-jitsu and new training footage. I mean, yeah, you know, he's not wrong. I mean, you know, again, you can never like really tell anything from training, so I'm not like super mad at that, but you know what I mean? Like, you know, it's light training. It's not like I don't know. I mean, I think that's Chase really like. I think he's reading. Again, it's training. It's not like he's like actually doing that. But I mean, if it was him, like the fact that it's recorded at all is why it's like, okay, maybe he shouldn't have done that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to put that out into the public for that exact reason. Because yeah, I mean, Chase is not wrong for that. And what is this now? This is the response. Okay, so this is oh my God. Brother, what the fuck? You were not lying, dude. Connor wrote a fucking War and Peace level dissertation as a response. What the fuck? I mean, I'm not reading all of this, dude. TLDR. Like, what's the upshot of all of this? Good Lord. All right, I'll read a little bit here. I'll just skim it. Partner went for a cross guard without control of back leg. With a good balance. Step up. Very what? Okay. Bro, what is all of this? Like, yeah, dude, we know. I mean, like, this is a very long way to say I shouldn't have recorded that. Getting down to here, this just stuck out to me. I have 19 KOs in professional MMA. He's already going into that level where it's like, look, brother, I got 19 knockouts, okay? I don't need to hear you talking this shit the way that you're talking it right now. Sorry. What? That's funny. Sorry, I thought this needed to be adjusted. Of course, Yamacat is walking all over the place and making my life fucking hell right now. This little guy needs so much fucking attention. He knows when I'm on stream that he's not getting attention, so anyway. But, all right, let me see what Chase's response was here. And, yeah, Chase with a nice, concise response. He says, you don't actually want all of your weight on your partner in knee on belly. You want your weight being on top of them is what they need to bump you off. Or no, your weight being on top of them is what they want to bump you off. His feet being so close together while also trying to control both wrists is going to let bottom person initiate a scramble with a bump. Short and to the point and accurate. Well played. 10-9 Chase. So much volume from McGregor, but the accuracy from Chase Hooper won him the round. Oh, man. Good stuff. And 42, I got you. I got you on this link. I don't know if I can play it on stream, though. Let me look at it before I bring it up, because if it's something that's going to get me TOS'd, then I got to be careful with that. I already had a minor TOS moment by having the volume unmuted for the watch-along with the UFC footage, so let me take a look at it, but it's going to be a little while because we've got about like 2 hours more of this UFC event. Actually, before we get into this last round, let me just do this now because you're nice enough to hang out in the chat with us. Let me just take a look at it and see what it's all about here before I before I bring it up on. Oh, hello. I should be able to do this muted. Yeah, let's try it. Whatever, fuck it, man. If I get TOS, we'll deal with it. Whoops, sorry. Sorry. All right, hold on. All right, let's see it. Oof. Bro, yeah, I mean, the leg kicks in Muay Thai are... Oh, my God. That was fucking crazy. Wow. The angle that he landed that knee, that was nuts. Oh, my God. Bro. Beast mode, bro. Buakaw Bonchamek. Yeah, what a legend. Jesus, teep to face. He's got a great, like, build for Muay Thai, too. You can tell, like, long legs, you know, not super huge, but super long legs and utilizing them. Wow. Dude, his teep is great. I mean, that front kick straight to face. It's hard to even call it a teep. You know what I mean? Like, generally a teep is just to keep distance more so than anything. But that, I mean, like, that's crazy work, bro. Yeah, he's a beast. It's getting late, so you're gonna hit the hay. Appreciate you. Hey, Badger, I appreciate you, my guy. Thank you very much for stopping by, dude. And let me know if you do start doing some content, brother. I will be there. You know I'm supporting you, man. You know that I'm gonna get some coverage out of your stuff. You know, get some tweets out for you. Do what I can to drum up some support. And link me to your channel if you're starting a new one for it or whatever. Because, you know, you got a instant subscriber. Unlike some people, I'll remember to subscribe. Jokes, of course. Thank you, brother. Have a great night, man. Thanks for stopping by. And 42, this Buakaw looks like a goddamn beast. Just off that little bit of footage right there, you can tell that's crazy work, bro. I will watch the rest of that. I will keep that link and watch the rest of that highlight after this, because we are getting a little bit late even in this part of the world, and I want to run through the rest of these fights. So, yeah, thanks a lot, man. Fucking send me as much Muay Thai as you want, bro. I love Muay Thai. I love it. And you know, it's one of those things that it's kind of hard to keep up with Muay Thai, like, in the United States. I'm kind of assuming that you're from, like, one of the Asian countries, one of the Asian regions. Perhaps that is an unfair assumption, so I apologize if that's being a little presumptuous. But I know that area of the world, it's a lot easier to keep up with. It's a little bit difficult to keep up with it over here because, like, the high-level guys that practice it regularly are in that area of the world, and a lot of times their events and their coverage is in either Thai or another Asian language, and that's hard for an American who does not speak those languages to keep up. Don't speak, let alone read. It is, reading it is out of the question. So, One Championship is really the only place that I get to consume that kind of stuff, aside from clips and whatnot, but don't get it twisted. I love that shit. It is some of the most entertaining fighting. I mean, like I said, it is my absolute favorite style of combat sports outside of MMA, and that's really more because MMA has everything. What we have been saying for a long time and now are starting to finally see is been saying, when are there going to be crazy high-level Muay Thai guys raising in the ranks of the UFC? And we're starting to get that a little bit now with guys like Carlos Pratis. So, you know, I love seeing Muay Thai working its way into mixed martial arts in a bigger way. And if it was up to me, I'd be watching Muay Thai fights all the fucking time. So, like I said, dude, fucking follow me on Instagram, follow me on Twitter, and just, you can spam that shit, brother. I will watch it all. You're from Malaysia. Hey, shout out to Malaysia. There is some fighters in one championship like Johan Ghazali. Yeah, I know Johan Ghazali. Yeah. I saw Johan Ghazali fight not too long ago. I forget what fight that was, but I remember the name. So yeah, shout out to Malaysia. Thanks for checking in, man. Appreciate you coming on and saying what's up from Malaysia. I mean, Muay Thai fights on average definitely more entertaining than the fight I'm currently watching right now. Navajo Sterling versus Tuco Tokos. How often in Malaysia are there Muay Thai events happening? Like, is it just like a regular thing? Like, is it like, could you go to events like on a regular basis? Like, you know, like just regional, local shows and stuff? Because one thing I definitely know is y'all motherfuckers on that side of the world be starting your kids off in full-on contact combat sports at a super young age, which I do have mixed feelings about. But if that's the case, I would suspect you could probably be watching Muay Thai like pretty regularly. Because if they got kids doing it, then adults must be doing it all the fucking time. And yeah, so here, we're at the very end of the fight right now. Navajo Sterling versus Tuco Tokos. And Navajo Sterling still, with no sense of urgency, does not even look gassed. Doesn't even look gassed out. It's right here, just waiting, not doing anything. That's a difference between this fight and Muay Thai. At the end of the fight, taking pictures. All right, so that's that fight. Setting them up and knocking them down on this rewatch. And also, 42, do you watch MMA as well, or do you just watch Muay Thai? Another question. I'm always curious how big actual mixed martial arts, like, do you guys watch the UFC out in Malaysia? Because that's always something I'm curious about now, you know, knowing that you have a very active and rich combat sports culture on that side of the world. Like, I don't even know how much you need the UFC. You know what I mean? Like, how popular is the UFC in that part of the world anyway? You watch UFC, boxing, and Muay Thai in Malaysia? That's what's up. Okay, so UFC is out there. Got you. Then yeah, there should definitely be more representation if you guys are fans. You know, there should be more Malaysian fighters. And if you follow the UFC, then I would recommend, you know, I appreciate you following on Twitch. Not saying that it is a requirement by any stretch, but youtube.com/@YamaShow is where you can go to find the full suite, the full range of content from this channel. So if you are interested and have a YouTube account, youtube.com/@YamaShow. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, hopefully, I fucking hope that if I put in the command that this will work. Nope. There it is. Oh, it did work. Hey! Thank you, Streamlabs. Thank you for actually working. Streamlabs works sometimes, does not work other times. But there you go. That is the link if you'd like to check that out. Oh, thank you. Very much appreciated, man. We're trying to grow the channel out, on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Feel like we've been on that road for quite some time, so every subscription helps, and I really appreciate you, man. Shout out to Malaysia, bro. Much appreciated. Welcome to the Hive. The most popular combat sport is Muay Thai in Malaysia, as it fucking should be. Hey, there's Mark Coleman with his lovely daughters. Mark Coleman, a legend of this sport. But yeah, so like, how often can you watch Muay Thai? Like, do you go to live Muay Thai events? Like, have you seen it in person? Can you watch it regularly in person? Do they have like an entire combat sports channel over there? I got so many questions. Sorry, brother. I'm not trying to interrogate you here, but I'm very fascinated by how combat sports are perceived and consumed in other parts of the world. You know, especially parts that are so outside of my scope, because I've never been, I mean, I've traveled internationally, but never as far to that side of the world as to, you know, anywhere in Asia. So, no, but they have, but they're so active doing big events for Muay Thai in Malaysia. That's cool. So, okay, so they don't have like an entire channel for it, but you do get like big events. That's awesome. Or you're saying you haven't actually been to a big event? Either way, still cool that you just get it. You know what I mean? Because like I said, we get one championship streamed on Amazon over here, but like you have to really like keep a track of the calendar. Like you have to know when it's going on, because like there are times where it'll happen and you're just like, okay, I guess there was a one event. Yeah, most of them are one, exactly. Yeah, like it's tough with that. Like they don't do a great job of advertising their calendar. Like I follow One Championship on Instagram. I follow them on Twitter. Maybe I have to turn on notifications or something, because like they did a couple of one events in the United States and I would have liked to have gone to those, but sadly, all like a bunch of the big fights for those events ended up getting canceled. So I don't really think it had the promotional impact that it was supposed to have. Like, I'm a big fan of Stamp. I have a Stamp shirt actually. I really like Stamp, and I really like to watch her fight. She was supposed to fight and then got injured. And then I believe Rodtang was also on that event, and I don't think that his fight ended up happening either. So it was like, damn, dude. I mean, either his fight did happen and he had a different opponent, or it was the whole event just got kind of cursed. Like it got to the point where like the Rotolo brothers were like the big draw of it. And it's like, I mean, that's awesome, because, you know, those Rotolo brothers are a real deal when it comes to BJJ, but like, you know, if I had bought a ticket expecting to see Stamp fight, I would have been extremely pissed. All right, we're trying to scoot this thing along to get us to the next fight, which is, Adrian Yanez versus Daniel Marcos, another one of the lulls of the evening. Yeah, this was the fight that when I was watching it, when I was watching it live, I was like, "Oh my god, I have to rewatch these fights." So hopefully watching this now is going to be like, "Oh, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought it was." Maybe I'm going to watch it now and be like, "This was actually a really great fight." Because I remember this is where the crowd really started to get like very booey. Yeah, Yanya is coming off of a first round knockout, and then we end up with a fight like this one. Yeah, R.I.P. to Saul Solis. That was a nice crack for Marcos there. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah. That was the other thing. The eye poke nut shot combo. Yeah, that eye poke was bad, man. The eye poke was big. The blood in the eye socket, man. You never like to see that. Yeah. Eye poke nut shot combo, man. Jesus Christ, what a 1-2. Oh. Oh, double eye poke. And then he ends up with the point deduction. Jesus, bro, chill, man. Fucking cat is going nuts over here. I mean, granted, I was out all yesterday, so I do get it. I get it. But I'm going to play with the boy after the fucking stream. Chill out, buddy. Yeah. I mean, Marcos not getting the point deduction here was kind of wild. He will eventually get a point deduction, but it's not here. All right. Keith Peterson giving him the stern warning. Time in. And Yanez comes back with some good striking immediately, which I thought was pretty good. Yeah, just immediately extending the fingers again. Oh, yeah. Also, Marcos had a ridiculous Peruvian contingency that was cheering like crazy for him. He had an entire Peruvian cheering section. They were loud as fuck. They were like up, like for where I was sitting, they were like up in the like one level up. So it was like I would look up into the left, and it was just like this group of dudes all yelling in unison for Peru. Peru, Peru, Peru. Yeah, I think Marcos, rather, I think Yanez was probably just like wanting to clinch up a little bit to kind of reset after all that bullshit. Okay, time to go. Nice to meet you. Gonna jump on to Kai's stream. Oh, Kai Sinat? Cool. Tell Kai I said what's up. Thank you very much. Hey, 42, really nice to meet you as well. Shout out to Malaysia. Thank you very much for following. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube. I appreciate it, man. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope to see you back on the stream, bro. Good talking to you. You seem like a very chill dude. And like I said, send me as much Muay Thai as you want, bro. I will watch all of it. Talk about Kai Cenat, or you're talking about Kai Asakura? Yeah, W for you as well, my guy. Much appreciated, man. Means a lot to me. Hope to catch up with you again soon. And you are dipping out right at the right time based on the energy level of the event that I am watching. Because this was the lull. Even though, I mean, this is not like a bad fight. Like, I mean, like, these guys are both going for it. It's just that there's a lot of weird shit happening. And it's not, you know, they're not getting close to finishes the way that other fighters had gotten earlier, and the crowd started to feel that, and I was starting to feel the energy that way. Yeah, it was a beautiful left hand for Yanez. Yeah, I mean, they're both landing decently. I mean, like, I think that this fight is better than the crowd was giving it credit for. And again, the fouls from Marcos really kind of set the tone in a way. Now, was this possibly a robbery? Yeah, I mean, the second round is so clearly Yanez. Oof. Yeah. Oh, another one for Yanez. Yanez. Marcos gets the takedown. I mean, like, is this enough? Oh, yep, grabbing the cage. I remember seeing that. Power outage. Yep. I remember that in the moment. That weird little blip in the power. Had to go to generator power for a minute. Which also happened during the pre-show press events. And yeah, crowd not happy with the takedown and lay and pray from Marcos. And, I mean, Yana is doing a good job with the butterfly. Marco slips the triangle. Again, is this enough to win this round, though? And Yanya's back to his feet. He was tired at this point, though. That is unfortunate. Oh, so maybe he didn't get the second point deduction, or the second foul / point deduction. Was that in the? That must have been in the Bruno Silva fight. Maybe I was mistaken there. Yeah, I guess so. I was mixing those two fights up. But yeah, man, I don't know, bro. And Marco's walking away. Yanez did not pick up on that. That's an unfortunate deal. Because, yeah, Marco's continuing to walk away. And, yeah, just Yanez too gassed out to... Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, this might have been a slight robbery, I would say. I think that Yanez probably took that fight personally. A little bit of judging tomfoolery, perhaps. They thought that they had a decision. They did not. Bruce now in the cage. Double checking everything, because I think that somebody else was like, "Are you sure this is how you saw it?" Yeah, split decision. At 30-27, Marcos. Yeah, that is ridiculous. Yeah, that was a robbery. Fuck that. You can hear the crowd not happy with this. Yeah, I mean, he got some good shots in there. It wasn't like it was a bad fight, but it was not the right decision. I appreciate that Marcos is trying with the English. Oh, and he calls out Jose Aldo. I forgot about that too. Oh yeah, I heard that Aiden Ross was there. What's I heard that he had come in while I was in the restroom. Yeah, speaking of restroom, I'm going to take one more quick break, and then we will come back for these last. Oops, jeez, sorry. Come back for these last 4 fights. I'm a mess today with everything going on with the surroundings. I'm knocking into stuff left and right. But yeah, one more quick break. We'll come back. We'll finish up these 4 fights. We'll call it a night here. So pause this and a BRB for me. Turnaround on that one. We're back. All right, let's go get this Jacoby versus Petrino fight out of the way. All right. Petrino, of course, coming off of his defeat by at the hands of Anthony Smith. The Hanyak. Got a little ice for the water. So we are set. All ready to lock in on this amazing fight. Of course, it does end in a positive way, but this was like the lowest of the low points before the knockout here. Andrew Glenn got a whole bunch of assignments. Brooklyn Wren looking amazing in person, I'll tell you that. Decent pressure for Petrino early. Had Jacoby on the back foot for a little while here. Yeah, it's like Petrino is like moving nicely and had good control in this first part of the fight. It's a lot of back foot for Jacoby. Yeah, crowd starts booing. All right, this is close to the end of round one. I like that Bisbing can joke about his, eyesight, things like that. He's a good sport about it after sacrificing half of his vision for the sport that we all love so much. What a champ. Which is why whoever threw something at him after the event was a fucking asshole. Why the hell was anybody messing with Michael Bisping? That's so weird. Everybody's waiting, you know, like to dap him up, get some pictures, all that kind of stuff, and then somebody like doused him with something. Fucking dork. A lot of stalking in this fight. Really what got everybody so frustrated. Oh my god. I have not updated any of this. 2 fights back. Missed the entire Yanez and Marcos fight. They gave Dustin Jacoby performance of the night for this one after the fight that they had. That's crazy. Oh my god. God damn it. Oof. All right, round 3. I'm like, really not too much to talk about with it so far. It's like Jacoby really, they're talking about how patient of a performance this is. It's like, yeah, it's overly patient. So when he finally does find the shot, it is very, very lucky that he got it. Yeah, and then goes for the clinch, and that's when the crowd really started to get upset. You can't really hear the amount of booing that's going on the broadcast because there is so much more than what you can hear here. Okay, Bisbing. Bisbing saying the crowd is being restless. The crowd is being restless, and it's really not that bad of a fight. Nah, no, 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 no. Excuse me. Oof. Yeah, that switch knee was nice. Yeah, and then the shot that finally did it though. The shot that finally did it. Wow, did he spin him out? That was crazy. Yeah, he spun him out, bro. Wow. Woo. Bam, and round he goes. Referee got in there just in time to save Petrino from some extra shots. Bam! Damn, was that a nice one. Full follow through and everything. Wow. Yeah, that was a great shot. Thankfully. Fucking A, thankfully. Of course, I think it's, like I said, I think it's UFC.com that's fucking up my playback here. UFC.com is like very resource heavy with all the loading that it has to do. So, refresh. Hopefully, ESPN Plus will come back. Come back to me, ESPN Plus. Refresh again. One more time. Try it again. Come on. We're keeping a good pace here. I want to get through this thing. Oh my God. Come on, bro. All right, there we go. Jeez, that was annoying. All right. Let's hear what Dustin Jacoby has to say. He heard the boos. You couldn't hear half of the boos that were actually happening. It was a lot louder in the building. The Hanyak. Are you? That's why I said it. So much love for Jesus lately in the promotion. Jesus getting all the praise. I'd like to give all the glory and love to my Lord and Savior, Satan. Yeah, he was commenting on hearing the boos multiple times. All right. So, yeah, I mean, definitely a good way to finish that one up. Dana said he gets the bonus. Fair enough, I guess. I mean, I'd say that there are probably a couple other better finishes on this thing, but it was still a great shot after a very boring fight. So, Rashad Evans not stopping to say hello to anybody. Very cool to see Hoist there, because that's his lovely daughter. Yeah, crazy that Jack Shore retired. They're doing a promo package for Jack Shore? It's kind of odd. I guess for the Welsh fans, it's kind of odd. Yeah, I think I'm just going to put a note about that anyway. Yeah, that is rather odd for Jack Shore to get a thank you video package. I mean, yeah, he retired, and that's, good for him, great career, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Had a kind of a rough go of it towards the end, but I mean, it didn't seem like whatever. All right, Bruno Silva versus Manel Kape. I got to see the end of this one because I've heard some weird stuff about the finish. There being a nut shot or something. Let's see what actually happened here. All right. I enjoyed this fight, especially with all the bullshit that Silva was doing. He fought like an absolute clown. Yeah, the point deduction that I thought was in the Marcos fight is actually in this fight. And it is well deserved. Looking forward to rewatching this one, actually, because in the moment, it was the crowd was not happy about this one. The way, just specifically the way he was fighting. The fight itself was great. Star boy out of Angola. Except he's also out of Portugal. And Phuket, Thailand. He is Mr. International. He's the pit bull of MMA. Oh, yeah. And this very large, shaking lady, who I think was actually behind me at one point. That was weird. So, yeah, they're showing the shot of this lady with these very large fake tits. And if I'm not mistaken, I think somehow she ended up sitting behind me at some point. Because I do remember at one point turning around and seeing this very plastic-looking woman. And I thought it was her. It's a little weird. People were just bouncing all over the arena. It's kind of like a free-for-all. Good aggression on both sides. Of course, flyweight. Fighting at flyweight pace. Yeah, Manel just figures it out, man. I mean, like, but Silva was laying on some nice shots. It was a scrappy fight. Yeah. Low blow to start it off. Yeah, I mean, that was the one that I thought was kind of wasn't really that bad of a shot. Like, it looked like it would just more glanced the groin. Yeah, Manel's style is so weird, man. Another one. The second one, though. Yeah, the second one was much worse. The second one had the cup moved out of place. Hard warning on the second shot. Yeah, I was definitely confusing the Marcos foul with this fight because, good Lord, 2 fouls. Manel looked a little stiff. I don't know why he didn't take more time, honestly. Oh, God damn it. There we go. That's the fight we're watching. As round 1 ticks down to the last 10 seconds. Crazy to me that Manel's not already in the top 10. I mean, he probably is now, but I mean, going into this fight, I would have thought he would have already been top 10. Definitely took that first round. Manel with those high inside kicks. Gotta be careful of his own cup shot. Yeah, beautiful toss by Manel to use Silva's motion against him when he was going in for a tie-up. I mean, it didn't look like he was actually going for a full-on takedown, but trying to clinch him up a little bit, and he just tosses him off. Uppercuts for Manel. Very dangerous. Oh, beautiful combo. Oh, yeah, I remember that one. I remember when Cobb did that little, like, oh, yeah, and Silva going for a spinning attack, and Cobb just right on top of it. Yeah, that one was bad. Actually, I remember at the time, my buddy Dave saying that they might stop the fight because of how bad Copp's body language was. Yeah, glad that point deduction was assessed. Yeah, Manel Cobb having having so much more time on the clock and not taking any of it. Oh, and a beautiful combo by Cobb as well, man. Jeez. Right back to showboating. Yeah, they were right on the commentary. He probably was playing possum a little bit with the body language. Bisping just say that he's pimping him? Yeah, fuck you, Silva chance. I remember that. Yeah, nice shot by Cop. I think the finish coming somewhere around here. Yeah, man. Cop was laying on some really, really nice striking in this fight, all things considered. Yeah, I thought I thought it was a second round finish. Maybe it was the third round. All right. Yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, I guess I misremembered that too. Hard to remember every single detail. A lot going on. But yeah, third round. Silva comes out real heavy. Oof. And those striking numbers are nuts, dude. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, where's that? Where's the? Was it actually a low shot though? Did it look like to the body? Oh yeah, no, you could hear it. Fuck. I mean, so if that was a low blow in a finishing sequence, does that end up getting overturned? I mean, I would doubt it, right? But should it? I don't know. Cop just having a whole on conversation with Dana. Cop is that dude is his mind works different, bro. That dude's got like he's got a screw loose. I kind of like him though. Yeah, I mean, it was that. Yeah, it was like it was tough because it was like the shot went up and into the body, but like the side of the foot. That's basically the same shot that was the first foul from Silva. All right. And Cop in his post fight was hilarious. I know Cop is a character, man. This dude is something else. Yeah, you will. I will not say bad words, then proceeds to say, fuck you to 3 fighters. There are levels to this shit. Hey, that's a whole lot. I have like 800 notes just off of that right there. Yeah, kind of funny that Jesus Christ gets all these applause and cheers. Allahu Akbar does not get much of a response from the Tampa audience. Oh, they didn't show the Cub walkout. Damn it. Yeah, what the fuck? Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, man, that sucks. That was the one time that I was really hoping they would show a walkout because I was right on the guardrail for Cub. This was the main event of the evening, as far as I'm concerned. And I always liked Billy Q. I'm fairly certain that I saw him on one of the other cards as well. I think he might have been on the other Tampa card as he fights out of Tampa. So, Billy's a guy that, like, I certainly have respect for. I mean, he's been around for a very long time as well. Just kind of a somewhat of a middler kind of guy. But in this fight with one of my all-time favorites in Cub Swanson, I couldn't have asked for a better outcome here. And of course, Billy Quarantillo just sadly got wrecked by Youssef Zalal in his last fight. Rightly so, considering what a beast Youssef Zalal has become. And I remember this fight being an absolute war. Both of these guys, it was so much of a what's going to happen next kind of fight. Both dudes, it felt like anything, at any moment, either one of them could have gotten taken out. Cub just getting in there, slipping shots. Yeah, Billy starts to turn up his own work there. Yeah, there it is. There's the stuff from Billy. Yeah, they're talking about how Cub was having a field day in this first round. I mean, he certainly was getting the better of it, but it didn't feel that way live. It felt a lot closer live. Yep, there it is. Yep, there it is. Exactly. Yeah, hell yeah. Banger first round. All right, round two. Oh, jeez. Cub really starting to lay some heavy shots on. And then Billy Q lands a cup. It was so back and forth. Like, Cub would land, Billy lands. Cub would land, Billy lands. Yeah, round two, Billy was really doing a lot better work, man. Yeah, Billy Q really did have a good second round here. Certainly, compared to round one, I mean, this would be 1-1 for sure. But Cubs start to turn it up towards the end of round two. It was almost the inverse of round one. Yeah, this was such a crazy fight. I believe I described it as a ham dinger. Yeah. Round two. Nuts. So yeah, I mean, 1-1 going into the third, you know? Certainly a fight that, had it gone to decision, would have come down to this third round. And in reality, still did come down to the third round. Of course, it was settled. Oh, I did enjoy it. Fitzgerald talking about how it might be Cubs' last one, which I would assume that it's going to be. Just waiting for it. Just waiting to see it. Crazy to think that Billy Q came in through the Contender Series. That's how long that's been going on, I guess. And there it is. And there it is. Jeez. And his lovely wife watching on. Ah, man. What a moment. As I said on my Instagram reel and posted it to YouTube as well, the scream that I let out when he got that knockout. Good Lord. It was insane. The pop in the building. Bam. Amazing. Cubs standing over him. That'd be a good shot for that artist. What's his name? Baines, I think. Is it Ross Baines? There's an artist that does he does paintings of iconic moments in the sport. He's always posting on Facebook. That'd be a really cool one to have Cub Swanson standing over him, arms out, looking down, tongue out. Man, that was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Official decision here. We round this thing out, get to this main event with this dumb walkout. Yeah. Fantastic. Oh, to be able to be there live for that one, man. That alone worth the price of admission. Oh. And you know, just a little note for anybody out there who might be in this camp. Cub Swanson's wife, taller than he is. So, you know, everybody out here who's getting, get in their head about being a shorter dude. Some chicks don't care. Just be the man. Be Cub Swanson. Then it doesn't matter. I did want to take one look at the crowd shot because I think you should probably be able to see me in that wide shot that they showed. Yeah, hold on. Let me see. Yeah, where am I? Oh, yep. I would have been on the left side, I believe. From here, I think. Is that walkout over there? Oh, they're panning the other way. Damn it. I'm just looking for myself a little bit. You know. Got to get some Yama camera time on the broadcast. Considering that I was not on at the one time that I thought I was going to be. Man, that knockout was so fucking clean. Bam. Boom, bro. Yeah. I do kind of agree with Felder. He really should have dropped the gloves. Please retire, Cub. And the last fight of the year, an unfortunate ending to it, but let's rewatch it. Just remember thinking that Colby looked like absolute shit. Oh yeah, they're gonna show this whole video package. Yeah, they showed this in the arena too. This like promo deal for both these guys. Like, all right, cool, great. And what I found out on the evening, which I did not realize, is that Joaquin Buckley fought in Bellator a whole bunch of times. Oh yeah, and I can't wait to see how this Hulk Hogan walkout was presented on the broadcast, because in the moment I could not give even the slightest of fucks. All right, here we go. It was so lame in the building. Yeah, hearing fucking Hulk Hogan's music playing. I was like, oh, yeah, great. He's walking out with Hogan. Because, yeah, I know Dave was telling me that, oh, he's going to have a special guest. And there's Colby with that dumb fucking smile of his. Always that stupid smile plastered on his face. Hogan using the American flag as a walking stick. Yeah, they had him walking out from the other side for some reason. Yeah, crazy that Chael was in his corner. Yeah, well, he's not going to be getting back and getting that title ever again. He needs to leave. Needs to be gone and done with. I am sick and tired of the Colby Covington charade. This fucking clown show of a stage play that we're all living in, where Colby is the court jester high school star. I don't care. All right, well, let's see it. Close this thing out. Last fight of 2024 on deck. Big Dan Murgliata really is very fucking tall. Got to see him walking around, and he is a very large individual. It's time. Do not throw up at the 305, please, Colby. Florida does not fuck with you, dude. We do not claim you, bro. Yeah, you could hear that the crowd was not. Yeah, see, dude, giving, booing him, thumbs down. Crowd was not feeling it. No glove touch. What a surprise. Hey, LeBron, what does it mean to be at a Diddy party and that there's no party like a Diddy party? What does that mean? Shut up, Colby. Good Lord. Go away. Just leave. And Buck just right off the bat, just going to work, pressure on. Buck's movement, really nice. Yep. Colby shoots. Remember that. Buckley stuffs it. Wasn't really even that impressive of a shot. Colby sucks chant. Yep. Yeah, it sounded on the broadcast like there was a "Let's go Colby" chant, which I think that some people were doing, but once people caught on that that's what it was, it morphed into a "Let's go Buckley" chant. Couldn't really tell that on the broadcast. Nice body shot for Buckley. And you see in the second takedown attempt all of the blood trickling down because that cut is leaking. It's not super, super apparent yet, but it is going, and it is bothering Colby for sure. Buckley with such nice striking, man. His fucking boxing so crisp. Might have been the glove that cut him. Yeah, it's interesting because in that first round, like even now, I mean, like it doesn't look like Colby's like as much slower than Buckley as it looked like in real life because it looked in that first round that Buckley was light years ahead of Colby as far as the speed went. Like he was moving so much faster, and you can tell that he is on the broadcast, but in real life it was just so apparent. It was like Colby looked terrible in comparison in real life. Like it was just such a one-sided affair. Even with this takedown that he got in the second round. Yeah, Buckley ended up getting taken down here. And will end up getting back to his feet, though. Pushing off with the leg, trying to get distance here, trying to extend himself so he can get to a knee. Colby doing a decent job of keeping control, but there is so much blood that it's hard to be slipping around. Yeah, I guess that is a good point to make that Buckley, Colby did have the most success against Buckley on the ground ever. Yeah, I was curious about Chael's. I was curious about Chael's cornering, and the very little that they just showed there was not exactly inspiring, to be perfectly honest. Uh, oh, those jabs. And Colby's striking just there's nothing. I mean, but like they look like decent shots, but they don't do anything to Buckley. He's so in it, taking all of it like whatever. Chael in the corner, man. That was a good round. No, it was not, Chael. What's Aiden Ross doing back there? He was dude looked like he was like fucking zoning out between rounds. He was just kind of like, oh. Bro was on a mini acid trip there for a second. All right, round 3. I mean, Buckley is so in the driver's seat throughout every second of this fight. I mean, aside from the takedown, there's not been a minute of this fight where Buckley has not been ahead. Yeah, it was a cool spinning kick by Colby. We'll give him that. Yeah. Buckley just seeing everything that Colby was doing from a mile away at this point. Yeah. Yeah, triangle wasn't going to go. Oh my God, there's so much blood on the fucking mat. Holy shit. Didn't see. I mean, saw the amount of blood in person, but did not know. I mean, like, seeing it from that angle, holy shit. Blood all over Buckley's knee. Oh, Jesus Christ. It is a Jackson Pollock painting in that octagon right now. Yeah, this is a crazy crime scene right here. Those striking numbers are ridiculous. 20, 30, 25 for Buckley through 3 rounds, 10, 14, and 5 for Colby. Oh, that's a mess. Even more of a mess than what we're seeing right now. And then Miragliotta calls time. And this is where it will all go sideways. And you can see that that doctor is... Yeah, doctor said that he's going to lose his eyelid. I mean, I don't know if I would... Well, I mean, you know, it looked really bad in the moment. After the fact, it cleans up okay. I think that I do agree with Dana that in Vegas that doesn't get stopped. Obviously, seeing the Irene Aldana fight, of course it doesn't get stopped in Vegas, but it is a bad cut, and it is after a massive amount of damage, so... I call that a very fine win. I'm not mad at it at all. All right, let's hear the end of it, even though by this point, the whole arena was emptied out. Unless ESPN Plus wants to crash one last time. Can't finish this out on a strong note here, of course. Yeah, I think from now on, I just got to bring up like Tapology or something, because I swear it's got to be UFC.com. It's a very intensive, resource-heavy page, and I think that it's pulling from all of the other windows that I got open. So, but we'll reload it one last time. Kind of causes everything to spaz out. Just in case there was anything that I missed, but I stayed around, even though the arena was flooding out with people at this point. I stuck it out till the very end and then some. So I don't think there's anything I missed, but I want to give it its just due here. All right. Yeah, I mean, Buckley apologizing for not getting the knockout. Like, why? I was perfectly happy with it. I was okay with it. I mean, Dave was saying that he wanted to see a knockout. I understand that, but fucking Buckley beat his ass for every round. I mean, this is a fine win to me. Yeah, see, he was talking about everybody's leaving because, yeah, they were flooding out of this place. They were really, really, like, very quick to get the fuck out of here, beat the traffic. And yeah, Kamaru Usman gets the win on the crowd vote and is already halfway home by now. Kamaru Usman fucking dipped. All right. And there you go. Unfortunately, that was kind of funny too. The very last panning shot of the broadcast, if they had kept panning for just a little bit more, I was right there at that point because I recognized the guy that I was standing next to. So a little bit funny. I would have been squarely on the broadcast at the very, very end had they kept on the shot for a little bit longer, but they did not. So robbed of my big on-screen appearance. And I shouted out the MMA Hive at that point too, so that kind of sucks that I didn't get that on there, but it is what it is. So yeah, I mean, that is the rewatch of UFC Tampa, UFC Fight Night, Covington versus Buckley. We'll be back tomorrow to do the podcast. Myself and Chase Parton will be on for last week's fights. It will be starting at 9 o'clock. If we don't do 9 o'clock, it'll be later than 9. I will let you know the start time on Instagram and on Twitter at Yama Show on both of those. If you are new to the stream, make sure that you subscribe on YouTube, youtube.com/@YamaShow. Follow on the platform of your choice. And again, we will be back tomorrow night. So have a great rest of your evening. Have a good day tomorrow. And tomorrow night, right back at it. Fight on, everybody.
It's